Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like, that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. And next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You've never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Great day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Bukeka Blakemore, and I'm your business moderator for this moment on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. All right. So our first speaker is Helene let's make sure I've got her name correct, is Dr. Helene Joseph. Helene Joseph grew up in the sunny Caribbean, chasing a white ball around the golf course as she created her own definition of being a professional golfer. Graduated as a material science engineer, certifies in applied bioinformation, and has over 10 years of experience within the sciences. She earned her professional golf status with the EPS in Tour, and founded and operates Empower Through Golf, a San Diego 501c3. And also, she is currently teaching golf full time as a member of the Ladies Professional Golf Association, the LPGA, professionals, and operating from Sorrento Canyon Golf Center in San Diego. Helene wants you to be equipped with the best golf knowledge so you feel at ease and confident with when you think about playing golf. And so, Dr. Helene, thank you so much for coming to the Black Business Network and being in studio with us today. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for having me. How are you?
I am wonderful. I'm wonderful. So grateful and glad to have you with us today. So, with that background and information, trust me, we've got lots and lots of questions for you today. And we're just going to start out with what inspired you to pursue a career in both golf and science, and how you balance these two passions in your life.
Oh, great question. The inspiration for golf came from my dad. He was the one who played at home, and so when he came home from work and he was practicing, I was right behind him, practicing putting on the carpets in the living room and then chipping out in the front yard. And my mom actually was the one who encouraged him to take me to the golf course with him. And luckily he did because, times could have been different where a dad didn't want to take a daughter out to the golf course, but he was very open-minded and forward-thinking, and I'm so grateful because I fell in love with the sport and made my own friends and then wanted to continue competing. And so the love of golf was fostered at home, and I was able to take it out onto the golf course. And then the sciences, my dad also did some electronic repair as part of his business. So I was always tinkering with things at home, and my high school had great opportunity for us to get exposed to different careers in the sciences like chemical engineering, etc. And that definitely sparked the interest there. And I went on to college. I started with a chemical engineering degree, but found material science, and that seemed to be more interesting to me at the time. So I switched and continued to pursue it along the way. And I've been doing both, balancing them. For the past 10 years, I worked as a scientist, and on the weekends would put myself through competitive events so that I can continue to develop my professional golf career. And once I got into biotech, I had to pause on the competitive side of golf for a while. And so I had to do a little bit of re-engineering in my career to figure out how I would stay connected to the industry of golf. And that's when Empowerment Through Golf became founded on paper. It's something that I always wanted to do because I've studied all of the golfers, the top golfers, and they all, in addition to their golf careers, they have organizations that give back to communities that they are passionate about. And so I knew that once I made my way into my professional LPGA career, that I would have my own foundation as well to give back to the communities that I was passionate about. And so when I had to focus more on the biotech side to keep myself in that arena, it was the perfect time to get the paperwork done to form the organization Empowerment Through Golf.
That is absolutely fascinating and so needed. Let me ask you this. What are some of the primary goals and initiatives of the organization?
Yes. So the goals of Empowerment Through Golf are the overall to make sure that young people, not only young professionals, but even the youth, recognize that there's space for them in both industries. So I've had the opportunity to work in both arenas, so in the sciences and to be out there competing on the tour, and now as an LPGA, Ladies Professional Golf Association instructor. And I recognize the need for more diversity. And I'm not the only one, thankfully. So the few of us who are in there in both arenas recognize that there is need to encourage and motivate our young people to pursue careers in the sciences, because we need our minds in those environments. We need diversity of thoughts. And in the industry of golf, the same thing. And especially for the golf side, I want the young people to recognize that it's not just about the sport of golf. You can be an engineer in the industry of golf also. Like, it is a huge market. So think of who designs the golf clubs, think of who designs the golf balls, think of the architects that design the golf courses, think of the technology that goes into the broadcasts. So there's a vast arena for young Black minds, young brown minds to infiltrate the industry, so to speak.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I love the fact that you have this balance of golf and science. Why do you believe it's important to diversify the fields of golf and science?
For longevity of both industries, we need diversity of thought in all arenas. If we, in science, I believe that the goal is to create products and services that are going to benefit humankind. And if you're going to benefit humankind, you sort of need to have all of the minds in there so that they can understand how something is going to impact their own communities, bring in different insights. So that is very important. In the industry of golf, the same thing. We're not really creating life-changing products or life-enabling products, but as far as the mental side, you want to create great experiences for people. If you have a diversity of leadership in the organization, it opens up the door for greater diversity in the industry. And at the end of the day, it's business, right? So if you want to attract different ethnic groups into a sport, if they see that representation, if they see that that community is open and welcoming, then they'll be more than likely to at least want to experience what it's all about and learn what your sport is all about, just to make it a little less exclusive.
Sure. Yeah, that makes perfectly good sense. So now let's talk about you as a professional golfer, with the EPSO and Tour status and the member of the Ladies Professional Golf Association. What challenges have you faced in the male-dominated world of golf, and how have you overcome them?
That's a great question. So I competed for the Epson Tour, or qualified for the Epson Tour, about 5 years ago, and simultaneously received a great opportunity in biotech. So I was able to qualify for the tour and play just a few events, and I had to sort of move myself into the biotech space, which is neither here or there. Both are great opportunities. And along the way, I would say the biggest challenge would be funding, obviously, because there are a lot of expenses associated with getting yourself onto the tour. And in the past, what I had done was work. So I worked in the labs. I was also a hostess at a restaurant. So I would work during the week and then pay my tournament fees for the weekend. And along the way, I was always trying to find an endorsement, because that's how the major athletes make it work for them, right? They get endorsements. So I was always trying to figure out, okay, where is my endorsement going to come from? What companies or brands can I partner with? And so I think that was the biggest challenge, not being able to have a stronger community behind me in that sense. Like, there were definitely people who were in my corner and who supported me for lessons, and made sure that my mental health was good along the way. But I probably needed a larger team. So that's just something that I had to learn along the way. But it was, still a great experience. There's nothing that I would take away from that experience. It's just, if it's like when you know better, you do better, I guess. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, let me ask you this. What are some of the key principles or techniques you emphasize when teaching golf to beginners?
Oh, that's a great question. I love that question. I think the biggest thing that I ensure to stress is clarity of mind, and to come in with the least amount of tension as possible, because tension is the number one killer of the golf game. So a lot of people come in and they're really nervous. Some people come because they have an event, like they got an invitation to go to a golf outing. They haven't played in a long time, or this is going to be like their first time. They don't know what to do and they're freaking out. And so my role as their coach is really just to calm them down, make sure that they understand the fundamentals, and then allow themselves to get on a path to trust themselves. So that you know this thing, trust that you know it and that you can execute it. And then when you get out into the golf space, enjoy being there. Because when somebody invites you for an outing, honestly, they just want you to come out and have a good time. They want to get to know you. They could care less about your golf game. Like, as long as you can make contact with the ball, even if it's a bad shot and you can laugh it off, and just have a good time, that's the most important thing. So I just want everyone to go out there feeling like there is no pressure, because most of the time we put the pressure on ourselves. So then that causes us to tense up. We can't move. We can't even swing the club. But your body needs to be at ease for a really good golf swing to happen.
Well, I'm so glad that you said that, because I have had my experience on the golf course and it was not pretty.
Oh, no.
And I'm sure that there's some turf or whatever, the grass was not happy with me either. But I did get more relaxed the longer I went, and it ended up being so much fun. So I'm glad that you said that about for beginners, just to keep going and have fun while you're doing it. So thank you for sharing that. It was that added to my personal experience with the game. How do you create a supportive and inclusive environment for students of all backgrounds and skill levels at the Sorrento Canyon Golf Center?
That comes with just being able to relate to them, let them know that I'm here for them first and foremost. So I welcome everyone. The space where I hold my courses, it's heavily Asian. There's an Asian domination, so to speak. And so I don't say anything about that at first, but I invite everyone to come in. And what I want people to see when they come there is pretty much like the lifestyle, right? So when you come to the driving range, you see families there together. You see people who may have just gotten off of work. They're coming to, unwind for the rest of the day. You see groups of friends, right? So I want us to see like, hey, this is building a healthy lifestyle, right? And this is something that I can partake in. And that's what I want them to get from coming to the driving range, expose themselves to different cultures. And it gives the people who are already at the range an opportunity to also get exposed to different cultures, because sometimes when I bring groups, they're like, oh, wait, so it's really interesting for, both cultures to intertwine with each other and just learn from each other. So yeah, I think that's how at the driving range I'm able to do that. And there are some opportunities to take golf lessons into certain arenas. So recently I've had the opportunity to partner with an elementary school. So it's something that was on my heart for a very long time, to get into a school to teach at the schools, because the inner city schools, they're far away from the driving range where I teach. And I've tried to get them to come to the driving range, and I find that that's a little bit more difficult. So now I've had the opportunity to go to the school, and that I think is going to be the beginning of something really amazing here in San Diego for the students.
Yeah, it sounds amazing. And I love the fact that you have such a strong vision for it too. It's something that people can catch fire. And so I'm excited about that for you. For all of us. What do you believe sets your teaching style apart from others in the golf instruction industry?
I would say my approach is, first of all, to get to know the player and hopefully give them some insight into my background, so that they can see that our time together is hopefully for me to inspire them to continue moving forward. I want to learn as much about them as possible so that I can create references for them during the lesson so that they can, I guess, make a deeper connection to the sport. So if I know that you may have played tennis when you were younger, I would say, okay, well, you understand how to move already in the sport of golf. So it's just like how you would hit a forehand in tennis. If you don't play any sports, but you have other interests, I want to know what those interests are so that I can find something to connect it to the sport of golf so that you can make that connection for yourself and know like, okay, I have done X before and it's just like this in golf. So because I can do A, I can do B. Yeah.
Got it. Got it. So, can you share any success stories or memorable moments from your time in teaching golf and promoting STEM and STEAM education through empowerment through golf? Can you share some success stories?
Most definitely. One thing that we're really proud of in the past year was being able to get some of the students in Antigua and Barbuda. So that's a golf course that I grew up playing golf on, where I learned to play. And there's a huge contingent of junior golfers still there, and they are great athletes. And there are a group of 5 young ladies who are getting ready for college application season. And so we knew the importance of getting them in front of coaches who probably had scholarships readily available or who could connect them to other scholarship opportunities. And so we were able to get those 5 young ladies positioned in front of at least one golf coach who was very interested in having all of them on her team, and at least speaking to them and then channeling them to other opportunities that were probably more aligned with like their educational interests as well. So I think that's probably one of the biggest things that happened recently for the organization. And then now the school program here in San Diego, I'm very excited about it. It's like an elementary school program. We have 13 children that come out to class twice. It's twice a month for right now, just based on availability. But these children are so excited about the golf. Like when I have it, so it's like I come to class and they're like, "Oh, Coach Helene, I remember this." Like, and they just want to tell me everything. Right? And when they are in the lesson, they get so excited to see that they can make contact with the ball and that they're getting good ball flight, or that they remembered how to grip the club, and they always want to show you. It's exciting. I think that's the aside from getting the young ladies in front of the college coaches last year, like that last school season, application season, getting into this junior program or getting this junior program started at the elementary school in San Diego has been, really fulfilling.
I can tell your face lights up the room when you speak about it, when you speak about those students that are learning the sport and how those young ladies are being introduced to the world of it. Your face just lights up the room. So that's exciting. What advice do you give someone who is interested in pursuing a career in golf or in the STEM or STEAM fields?
In the sciences, the best thing to do in both industries, the best thing to do would be to start early. If you are interested in the sciences, reading, staying really focused on your classes while you're in high school, because it's going to help you develop as you go through your college career and then into your professional career. So you're going to have to stay very focused on your studies. Reading is going to be your best friend. Ask a lot of questions. These are difficult subjects. If you don't understand something, ask questions early. Get the support that you need for your homework assignments, getting ready for exams. And then when you get through high school and you're getting ready for college, same thing. When you get to college, utilize all office hours with your professors. It's going to make a difference. When you are about in your junior year for in a science career or science path, start finding companies that you align with or align with their mission where you may want to work. Start researching the companies, probably start to speak with anyone in the company that you can find. LinkedIn is a great tool. Start to go to career fairs as early as your junior year, even earlier. If you just want to get exposed, join organizations that are aligned. It could be NSBE, the National Society of Black Engineers. If you're Latina, there's SWE, Society of Women Engineers, and there's a Latin branch of that as well. So put yourself in these organizations that will give you opportunities to meet professionals who can come to speak to the organizations that you're a part of, and that they have networks already built in. So you put yourself in the network. That's where you need to be. And then when you get into your professional career, the same thing, that you always have to stay plugged into the network so that you can remain successful. And on this industry of golf, same thing. It's best if a parent can recognize that their child is interested in the sport and they get them into the sport early. Or if they don't know, just give them an exposure opportunity and see if they like it, and then keep them going. Get them exposed into junior programs so that they have something to keep them occupied over the weekends or maybe after schools, and put them into tournaments if that's something that they're interested in. It will develop really great skill sets for them. Their focus, mental clarity, working with people, their communication skills, honesty, integrity, like all of these things are developed on the golf course. So get them into tournaments. Get them exposed. If you have local tournaments and if there are national tournaments that they can go to, get them out there. They will meet people from all walks of life, and it's going to change their life and their outlook on life as well. If you have the opportunity to play for a college team, definitely take it. You can earn scholarships, especially for young women, because there are a lot of golf scholarships for women that go unused. So if you see that your daughter has an affinity to the sport, allow her to pursue it. She can probably earn a full scholarship to college to study whatever she would like to. So I highly, that's something that I emphasize, because there's a lot of funding for women in golf that goes unused over the years. And then same thing, when they get into college, stay plugged in with their coaches, because the coaches have connections to different organizations in golf, likely even the LPGA. They can volunteer to do clinics, like golf clinics, to start to learn how to teach or get exposed to teaching through the LPGA. And obviously they're going to compete. So that's going to give way to them understanding about the mini tours, and then also the Ladies Professional Golf Association tour that we all see on TV, so that they can compete there. And then also the professional side of teaching the sport, which is where I am. So stay plugged in, find the professionals who are also plugged in, and they will connect you to the places that you want to go.
That's beautiful. Really, and you touched on pretty extensively the role of mentorship and community involvement. Is there anything more that you want to say about that?
It is the key. It is the key, honestly. If someone is able to tap into good leadership and mentorship, and they have the ability to express where it is that they see themselves over the next 5 or 10 years, then, that creates a space for someone to help you create that path, make intentional effort to get yourself to where you want to be. I've had great coaches along the way. Like my dad was my first coach. And then, I had to move on from that nest. And then I met great business coaches along the way also. And that's probably another thing that I will stress. No matter if you go into the sciences or if you want to pursue a career in golf, recognize that at the end of the day, these are businesses. You are entering a business industry, and you have to learn how to be able to create income for yourself. So if you're going to work in the sciences, recognize that you can do that and also be an entrepreneur. And if you go on to be an athlete, the sport is great, but you also have to have business sense so that you can create income for yourself outside of the sport. It could be related to the sport, but we definitely need to create ways for us to earn income residually, especially if you're going to go down the athlete path or athletic path. So find yourself good mentors, find yourself good business mentors also.
I guess that's where the saying or the experience comes from. The best or the best business deals are made on the golf course, I guess.
It is true. It is true. Yeah.
So, what do you enjoy most about teaching golf?
I enjoy the moments when I can see that the student has made a connection. When they recognize, okay, I was doing something this way and we've made a slight adjustment, and they see the result. It may not be right away. Sometimes they see it right away, but if they're able to stick with it and over the course of time, us working together, they recognize, okay, this adjustment made a world of a difference to my golf game. And then also when they are able to start understanding their game more so that they can explain in detail what is happening. So when I start to work with someone, my goal is for them to deeply understand their game. I want them to understand what movement is creating an ailment in your game. How can you adjust that movement? I need you to feel it from your backswing all the way to the follow through. What parts are moving when? Do you understand the timing of your golf swing? Do you understand where your hands need to be? What are you using your visualization? So the moments that my student is able to understand how all of the pieces work together, and when they're able to understand swing sequence, when the pieces fit and like I see it on their face, or that they can actually have a conversation with me about it, that's the best.
Mhm. Absolutely. Um, do you foresee any challenges in the future as far as the intersection of golf and STEM education? If so, how do you try to address those challenges?
I would say maybe a challenge for our organization is that we are remote. And so there isn't just like one location that we work out of. But that brings in another strength, because then we're able to create partnerships with other organizations who may have a space to do robotics summer programs, XYZ. So it fosters a lot of collaboration, but I think it's helpful. Like, you don't always have to reinvent the wheel or keep replicating things. Like if you recognize that there's someone who, is as a leader in one area, you can just partner with them. So we own the golf, and if we do STEM related workshops, most of it will be online. If we need to do hands-on, then we partner with local organizations who have the capacity to do things more hands-on. Aside from that, I don't foresee any challenges, so to speak. So, yeah.
Wonderful. So, how do you personally stay physically and mentally fit for both your golf career and for your career in science education?
I first and foremost I pray because that aligns me for the day, and I have to take the time to exercise. It really does help clear my mind, and I read because I'm also a student. I'll always be a student of the industries, and in order to be a good educator, you always have to be educating yourself. So those are the things that I do. I do my best. I won't say that I'm like perfect, but I do my best to stay aligned in those aspects so that I can give my best daily. Eat healthy. I do my best there also. I may have a cheat day, but yeah, your body's your temple, and especially as an athlete, I think over the past year or so, I have made a good amount of changes to be able to bring my best self physically forward. So cutting out alcohol, no meat, no red meat, just veggies and fish. So those changes I think have made a huge difference. And just introducing more exercise, even if it's like an hour or half hour, if you don't have a full hour for an exercise or a workout session, half hour. I love YouTube. I have so many YouTube fitness coaches. So you could do, 15 minutes. If you don't have a lot of time, you can do 30 minutes up to an hour, but just move, do something every day.
Awesome. Well, I want to get to one other question, and then we want to make sure we get your information so that people can reach out to you and become a part of the programs that you're running. Are there any upcoming events that we should know about that you want the world to know about with empowerment through golf?
The biggest thing for this year is going to the focus on the junior program at our elementary school here in San Diego. And we're looking forward to expanding that. So if I have the opportunity, or if we have the opportunity to partner with other schools and create similar programs, that's going to be the main focus this year. And I know it's going to take a while because the partnership with this elementary school, we spoke about it now, it's over 2 years like since that conversation happened, and me be staying on the top of people's minds. So with our newsletter, I send out our newsletter every week, and so anyone that I have come into communication with about the work that we're doing with Empowerment Through Golf, I add them to our newsletter. And so just speaking about what we're doing at Empowerment Through Golf, or just sharing golf news, like anything related to the tournaments, things that I learned from my students while I'm teaching, anything interested happening in the world of STEM or STEAM. I share that in the newsletter, and I think that helps people remember that Empowerment Through Golf is still there and that we're working in the background, and they remember us when it comes time for a partnership. So the programs getting deeper into the school system in San Diego is the biggest thing for 2024.
Fantastic. And finally, please let us know how we can get in touch with you, how students can enroll with your program, anything that we can do to have contact information for our listeners. Please share that with us at this time.
I apologize. I'm unable to hear you, but I believe that you're asking me for my information. So I will just, I'm really good at reading lips. I'll go ahead and add my information or share my information. So we are Empowerment Through Golf, and you can find us online at etghub.com. So E for enlightenment, T for top of the day, G for golden, hub.com. And that's our website. You can find us on LinkedIn. We have a presence on LinkedIn, Empowerment Through Golf. We have a presence on Instagram, also Empowerment Through Golf, and Facebook. So just type in Empowerment Through Golf on any social platform, and you can find us there. Email address is etgsd.org@gmail.com. So for empowerment, T for through, G for golf, SD as in San Diego.org @gmail.com. And so those are the ways that those are the platforms that you can find us on. And then that's how you can communicate with us directly.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, Helene, thank you so much for being on Black Business Network and on these Black Business Olympics this week. We appreciate all that you do. And for all of you that are watching, remember that genius is common. And we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
You are a Black-owned business and you're looking for new ways to expand your reach. Or you're a creative and you have an amazing story that needs to be told, seen, and heard. Well, at Fayview Night TV, we're streaming the diverse and authentic narratives of Black American culture. At Fayview Night TV, you have access to product placement, feedback loops, promotional spotlights, and other ways to showcase your brand. And we have fans all around the world that can't wait to see what you're up to. So come to Fave Unite TV because we are showcasing the culture 24/7 with Black stories and Black storytellers. Subscribe to FaveUniteTV.com today. And for more information, email us at info@FaveUniteTV.com or call our hotline at 816-819-9939. Fave Unite TV, one of the largest platforms showcasing Black American content in the world.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, you know, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, you know, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
hear the word extraordinary, what words come to mind? Outstanding, above and beyond, yes, way above average, amazing, huge, right? Well, here's what I want to tell you. The only difference between ordinary and extraordinary is extra.
The only difference between hot water and boiling water is 1 degree.
You see, at 211 degrees, water's hot, right? 212 degrees, it boils.
With boiling water comes steam. With steam,
you can power a train. 1 degree. The only difference between winning and losing is belief.
The only difference between a person living their full potential
and not reaching their full potential is desire.
Continue adding that little extra in your community. There's a difference between success and significance. Success is adding value to yourself. Significance is adding value to other people.
The question you have to ask yourself there is, how can I add value to them? So you have to be intentional about how you're going to add value to that person. Everybody wants to know that you have something good planned for them.
1, 2, 3, down.
See, there were 2 guys that decided to take lunch. They were factory workers. And they sat down, and one guy reached in his lunch pail, and he pulled out a sandwich.
And he looked at it and he says, oh my God, this is another bologna sandwich. He goes,
I don't want another bologna sandwich. I hate bologna. Why do I keep having bologna sandwiches?
His friend said, come on, man, just relax. He says, it's going to be okay. He says, next time, tell your wife, don't fix your bologna sandwich, and it'll be okay.
He said, leave my wife out of this. I fix my own one every day.
You see, the bologna that we have in our life, we pack it.
The bologna that we pack in our lunch pail, we put it there.
The question is, what bologna are you packing in your lunch pail every day? What bologna are you packing with you from last year into this year? And what bologna are you going to pack from this year into next year?
This young lady right here, I got married when I was 19. She was 17, senior at Washington Marion High School. We didn't want bologna in our lives forever. We decided to live a life of significance and give back to our community that helped us every day. Not every other day, not some days, not most days, but every day to give back to someone else.
The harder you fall, the higher you bounce back.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for an experience like no other. Tune in every Monday at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for The Mary D. Show, where the ordinary meets the extraordinary. The Mary D. Show brings you powerful insights and inspiring stories from a diverse range of guests. Join our incredible host, Mary D. Welch, as she sits down with thought leaders, business owners, and changemakers, sharing their journeys and successes. From career professionals and entrepreneurs to educators and beauty advisors, Mary D. Welch interviews sports figures and health enthusiasts, offering a platform for extraordinary voices. Explore the world of extraordinary people and places in business and finance, homes and real estate, beauty and wellness, education and empowerment, sports and health, and more. Want to be a guest on the show? Call 619-669-8603 or email Mary at marydwelch.com. Visit www.marydwelch.com to learn more.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at #BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network. It's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN, reach a targeted audience, and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential, where business is broadcast live, where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Call today 919-308-9090 USA.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon.
business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to Black Business Network. My name is Mary D. Welch, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our speaker today is Dr. Enola Pillard, DPC, a trailblazer in the hair care industry and a certified life coach devoted to holistic transformation. With over 23 years as a salon professional, she has elevated the beauty and confidence of women inside and out. Her calling to nurture inner beauty led her to empower others through coaching, speaking, and authoring numerous books that inspire self-discovery and spiritual alignment. Dr. Pillard's unique blend of experience, empathy, and faith has made her a trusted voice on the platforms focused on personal growth and purpose-driven living. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Dr. Pillard. Hello, Dr. Pillard.
Hi, good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm fine. We're just excited to have you here today. I know, Dr. Pillard, what inspired your transition from salon professional to certified life coach? That's a big transformation.
It most definitely is. I was having a lot of clients and guests that was dealing with hair loss. And I knew that I had to marry the two, that it was deeper than just, giving them treatments and sharing my professional expertise about their hair. But I knew that it was important for me to get the professional training as a life coach so that I can marry those two. So they're not, they can build confidence and regain, just a belief in feeling good about themselves, even dealing with hair loss.
Okay. I know this is what I've always heard when someone is doing your hair, they're in your head. That's what I
Yes.
heard. And
Yes.
so I do understand it because I know the lady that does my hair, we're talking about everything.
Yes.
It's though she's doing my hair, we're sharing life stories, situations. She's encouraging me. I'm encouraging her. It is truly, I understand how you can put those two together.
Yes.
I do. How do you define inner beauty, and why is it just as important as outward beauty?
Whew, inner beauty, I guess through, life challenges myself, testing trials myself, having someone to maybe to lie to me or misunderstand me or not select me. There are certain emotions that come from behind that. And not even just as a female, but as a human being.
Right.
And so I know that I cannot change others, but I definitely can be mindful of healthy boundaries and self awareness, how I interact with others.
All right. That makes a difference. It definitely does. What challenges did you face while building your career in the beauty industry? Were there any challenges?
There were, I grew up at the age of 16, styling the community, individuals in the community. I go to church with in family hair and transitioning to a professional in a salon. That was a whole different ball game. So it was challenging, it challenged me to grow. It challenged me to apply everything that I learned in beauty school. It challenged me, if I want to go on the next level, I had to go by the book and stick with the
Mm,
foundation. So It was challenging, but yet rewarding.
Oh, okay. I know. I mean, just the ladies I know that in the industry, it's phenomenal to me because and not that they're not in it, they have to make a living, but they get so rewarding when someone tells them, I love this look, I love this cut. They
Yes,
it is such a it just I can see the fulfillment in them for
yes.
what they've done and how it makes that person feel about themselves. So I definitely understand that. How has faith influenced your journey and your work with women?
Um, Faith, I definitely had. It was no choice. Weighing out fear and faith, I had to choose faith. Gaining a mate of mine to become a professional hairstylist. I also transitioned to become a professional educator. And so each level is more that require of you. And it takes faith. Definitely when, it's raining and most of those that are on your book that's scheduling, like, oh, it's raining, I can't come. Well, you still have to have faith that you'll still have a prosperous week. You still have to have faith, when boot rent is due at the end of the week, that you'll still be able to meet those needs. So I definitely have to wear the faith hat every day.
I'm right here. Okay. Can you tell us about a moment when you knew coaching was your divine assignment?
uh I would say when I transitioned from just becoming a life coach to also a grief coach
Oh.
and dealing with my own grief,
Mm.
and there was a time where I was like, okay, can't do it. Don't want to do it. It's too painful. I had to deal with my own deep grief. It's like in order for me to tell someone that there is a brighter side,
Right.
there is life beyond, I had to deal with my own grief. And really, you think grief is just when you lose a loved one from death, but there's various types of grief
It is.
that I even had to go back and reflect on times that I thought it was just a test and trial, but it actually was grief that I was going through. Um, to be transparent, I had the opportunity to come from, well, still behind the chair, but educate at a beauty college. I worked there for 2 years, and the beauty college, the owners decided to close it. So it was like I was there one day and gone the next day. And I went through a period of grief because I was able to help so many individuals with my testimony and my experiences, with my passion and just seeing so many lives transform. And it was there one day and it was gone. So I went through a period of grief
Oh.
and it was nothing I could do on my own. I needed a higher power. So everything that I've shared as a grief coach, I had to apply those same principles in my own situation in the midst, and it was nothing I could shake off. I couldn't even shake it off myself. I can't even tell you to begin to tell you when it started and when it ended, but it was very, very painful. Very painful.
Wow. Yeah. I've been through, I know similar situations in that I was widowed at 35 and with 3 children. And I just thought, what did I do to deserve that? But it's called life.
Yes.
It's called life. And it is painful and it hurts. And sometimes you need help to get past it. I'll say that because I think truthfully, we don't even know we're there.
Yes.
We don't even know that we are hurting or that we're grieving and all those things. And if you've never been through grief, you don't know what it is.
Yes.
That's part of it too. So I totally understand. Um, can you tell us about? I'm sorry. What does self care mean to you, and how do you teach it to others? What does that mean? Self care.
By being an example, by being an
Ah,
example. And that wasn't easy because I definitely was in a comfort zone on go mode. all the time. Success, success, success. Career, career, career. Go get it, go get it, go get it.
Mhm.
And I realized that there has to be a balance there. And when I discovered it, there's a book that I wrote, and it calls Worth, Beauty Works. And through the process of writing that project, that's when I knew the importance of balance. It can't just be career, career, career. You know, you have to have family time, you have to have self care time, you definitely have to give, time to meditate, to wind down. And it was like, okay, I don't even know the last time I went for a walk, or just went sat in the park, or just went to the
Yeah.
movie. I didn't even realize that. And so I'm so glad that I was able to tap into that,
Yeah.
because I came across so many, because I mentor students too, so many individuals that found themselves lost at a time in their life. Some with motherhood, some with being overwhelmed working two jobs,
Mhm.
some with a disabled child. At
Mhm.
some point, they felt stuck and lost in different areas. So had I not experienced it myself and know the
Right.
importance of self-care, and look, at times I have to give myself a pat on the back because I
Mhm.
actually take breaks and I actually sit down and eat my lunch. Stop and use the restroom and drink some water. And look, my guests, they would laugh and joke about it. It was like, look, she's gonna tell you she want her food hot, but she's gonna stand there and she's gonna eat it cold, and then she's gonna say she have heartburn.
But even though what you did really, it sounds like you took baby steps.
Yes.
And to get, and I'll be the first one to admit, years ago, I was a teacher. I drove, it's about 25 minutes between my job and my home. And on the way home, I would always stop at the park and I would walk in the grass barefooted. I didn't even know, this was before, I guess they call it grounding. I didn't understand, I didn't know any of this. I just knew I was leaving one job and I was coming to another with three children, with was a husband and three children, but I did not want to just rush into the next one without giving myself, which I found out later in life was called self-care.
Yes.
I didn't know that. I didn't want to hear, Miss Welch, and I didn't want to hear Mama. I didn't want to and so, but I didn't know that they had a name. They have a name for it now. At the time, they didn't have a name for it. And I would do tree hugging. I didn't know tree hugging is a thing now. But all these things I was doing, and a friend of mine said, "Why didn't you tell me you were doing those things?" And I said, I think I thought it was something wrong with me, if I be honest. That's why I didn't want to share it.
Yeah.
Then I found out later, a friend of mine told me it was something right with you, that you understood, like you found out you need that time,
Yes.
that time. Well, how do you balance entrepreneurship and your personal spirit? I'm sorry, no, in your walking. How do you balance those things?
On purpose. That's my word. That's my words for the year. Living life in purpose, on purpose.
On purpose.
And I can honestly tell you that I'm enjoying it more. I'm enjoying being a mom more. I'm enjoying being a sister, a
Wow.
friend, and even for myself. I even when I have to be by myself, I enjoy that time by myself. And that's also tapping in writing that another project. I didn't realize I was a people pleaser, wanted to be at peace with so many, just be at peace, don't like confusion.
Right.
And I'll just cry later, but no more. And look, I'm 51, and I was like, I'm gonna have to get a T-shirt that says, "Is this what 51 looks like?" Because now I find I'm bolder. You know how we may see older, elderly people, or seasoned individuals, and we're like, "Oh, she is so sassy," and "Oh, she tell you like it is." And now, oh no, I can boldly look you in your face and tell you I'm not comfortable with sharing that with you. And
Yes.
before I could not.
I know the feeling so bad. I just did that conversation a couple hours ago, where I was honest with two ladies, I didn't know I done, but it is so freeing to just tell the truth.
Yes.
And I said that to them. I said, I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings, but I need to let you know how I feel.
Yes.
That is, anyway, I can't even put the words. That's how, because I understand how freeing it is.
Yes.
What topics do you most enjoy speaking on from the stage?
From the stage, real life issues, real issues that individuals are dealing with today, today issues, and not just talking about the problem and complaining about the problem. How can we come together with a solution? How, and individuals will see us as women, individuals, men also, that are entrepreneurs. I have many gifts and talents. Like, oh, she's strong, he's strong. But there's times that we need encouragement too. We need motivation too.
That's
And
right.
I was sharing with a group of ladies on yesterday. We had coffee and conversations, and I believe those conversations are so healthy because you're always looked at upon by the things you do, like that title. But look beyond. Get to know me,
Yeah.
to know what I like. And with coaching school, I had to get coached to become a coach. And I didn't realize the importance of eye contact, literally listening. I discovered you can look at a person and nod your head, and you didn't hear nothing they say.
But you know what? We've learned to do that.
Yes.
We have learned, because if you think about it, I don't know what I in time in life is that you nod your head, and you that's always, it's a signal that you are listening.
Yes.
So whether you're listening or not, that head is I totally get it. But I do try and listen, I'll be honest. And I think that just because I just love people and I love learning.
Yes.
So when you're talking, I'm sitting here going, I'm absorbing. I'm like, where's that gem I'm gonna get? And sometimes you'll see me, I'm trying to take notes, even though I'm gonna come back and watch anyway, but still, because it's so much you can just learn by listening.
Yes.
For sure. How has writing and publishing books expanded your reach and impact?
It definitely have, because I'm able to tap into my inner self. I'm able to really get to even know myself. And I love that because my fans, my supporters, even interviews, I'm able to be transparent and be truthful and relate better with others. Sometimes someone will share something they went through, and it's easy to say, "Oh, I know what that's like," but if you never went on that journey, you really don't know. But really tapping into my inner self, and I find some freedom. I'm really, really tapping into freedom, and I have a voice. I have an opinion. And I've been challenging to value myself because I love peace. I love getting along with people. I love affirming others. But I didn't realize that there were times that I devalue myself so that someone else could, be treated. And it's like, oh, no, no, no. Can't do that no more because I am valuable. No, you're not going to get your hair done and pay me next time. No, you're not going to get this book. And when you come back, when you see me again, no, ma'am, unacceptable.
Yeah. And this is what I learned. I'm sure you have too. It's up to us to set that standard.
Yes.
It was up to you. As long as you allowed it, it happened. When you put your foot down and said, no, this is not how we're going to do business, it changed everything. Yeah. And it probably changed for you with anxiety, because what if you don't know when the person is going to come back and pay and those kind of things.
Yes. And what if you need your money? I need my money. No, ma'am, not next time. No, right now. And I find even with writing, I'm challenged that things I wrote to apply myself. And just today, I was sharing with someone because I love hard. And so I'll always ask, is it anything I can do for you? Can I help you? And
Mhm.
so I've been challenged the same that if I need something, it's to act, and it's like, oh no, let me just work for it. I'm gonna just try my best on my own. But it's like I realize I cannot tell someone and hope that they believe me and will call me if they need me if I don't be honest and if I need someone. And I was like, is this pride? Have I been operating out of pride? But I don't believe, but I believe that it's just another growth. It's just another way of growing, not just speaking or writing about it, but actually being about it, letting being an example of that.
I don't know. I was raised by Southern parents, so asking for anything is almost like a no. They're like, you don't ask anybody, that kind of mentality. So it's hard for me to ask because of that, because I was trained not to, in essence.
Yeah.
But the truth is, what is that saying? A closed mouth won't get fed.
Yes.
You're gonna have to eventually say something, in order to get things taken care of. So it's been a struggle for me too. So I understand. I definitely do. Can you share a story or transformation from one of your coaching clients?
Um, it's a client that I coached, and for the first time, I was able to coach someone that was mixed, and um, she didn't feel comfortable with the African American world, and she didn't feel she fit in with the African American world, and she didn't feel she fit with the Caucasian. And I've never experienced that. And I couldn't
Wow.
say I understood.
Uh-huh.
Not from a race perspective, from a other perspective, I've had, but not actually from a race perspective.
Right.
So I had to be very mindful. I had to listen before I quickly respond because I off the top identified that this is one that I never experienced before.
Right.
And so it was just so awesome. She's a young individual. I was able to be a blessing to her, and matter of
Wow.
fact, about 2 weeks ago she graduated, so I was able to go and see her graduate and celebrate with her. So that was it was different, but
Uh-huh.
I'm so grateful, and I'm still grateful for the outcome, that she was able to graduate. And I really want to stay in touch with her, even though that part of it may be over. She's someone that I would, love to continue to know how things is changing and growing
Oh,
with her.
that's wonderful. What tools or practices do you recommend for daily personal growth?
For daily personal growth, something I had to apply. Because
Okay.
look, as soon as my eyes open, I need to get to the salon. Oh, I have an interview. Oh, I have to go do hair at the funeral home. Oh, I need to finish writing this one more chapter. And what I had to apply is when I wake up, wait a little, just give myself some
Yep.
time. Give
Hmm.
myself some time.
Yeah.
Even for before bed, I didn't even realize that I was sleeping, but I wasn't resting. So
Mm.
I get in the bed, I'm still adding bills up and maybe looking on social media. So I've been learning to relax before bed. So that's some things that I've applied, and I really I like what I'm becoming. I like the person that I'm becoming. And years ago I had a dream, and in the dream it was like I saw someone afar, but I
Mhm.
didn't know who it was. And I've been given the gift to interpret dreams, and the
Wow.
interpretation was that that person afar was me.
Wow.
And that was through writing a project. That person afar was me, and that it was a parts of me that I had yet to know. And I was defining myself from my tests and trials, defining what others thought or how they treated me. But it was time that and I wore a mask, in front of people. It was like, hi, how are you? And actually couldn't wait to go home because I was feeling depressed, oppressed, suppressed, all of the pressing I was feeling.
Wow.
And so I made a decision to get to know who was that down that road. But me and the mask could not go. So I decided to take that mask off. Now that was another level of grief also, because the mask was a part of my daily, like you wash your face and you brush your teeth, you comb your hair. Well, I put my mask on and I wore it for so long, it was a part of my wardrobe. So it wasn't easy to take it off, but it was a decision and it was a will. And as I got closer to myself, I love me. Like I really love me. I like me. I didn't even know that she was a doctor. I didn't even know that she would become an author. That quiet little country girl, I didn't know that I would be able to stand before hundreds and speak fluently. And it would be like, it's no notes. Where are your notes? I didn't need notes, And so I'm still walking towards her. And I love her.
Oh, that is so beautiful.
Yes.
So beautiful. That is poetic, what you just said.
Wow.
It really is. I can tell you. What's the one piece of advice you wish you'd received early in your career?
The balance, balance. And just enjoying the journey, not just, putting my feet on the pedal, on go all the time. Like it's okay to get to I imagine the yellow light, green light, and the red light. Like, so really it's time to stop. It's a time to yield, but it's a time to go. But I am grateful that because I'm aware that, I'm saying, like I get off on a Saturday. I'm like, oh my God, what do people do on Saturdays? I'm used to working to the break of dawn. And it's like, what do people do on Saturdays? It's so much you can clean, it's so much shopping. Like, what do people do on Saturdays?
It sounds like just finding you.
Yes.
That's with the show Finding Nemo, I guess finding ourselves.
Yes.
Oh, that is so huge.
Yeah.
It really, really is. And I have a feeling people, they don't understand the power in that.
Yes.
Definitely a power in that. What is the most rewarding part of your current work as a life coach? What's the most rewarding?
Whew. As a life coach.
I love it when you take a breath like that, because you're like, let me think. What is the most rewarding?
It's so many.
It has to be.
It's
it
so
has to be. Yeah.
Just seeing lives transform, hearts that's broken, being mended back together, hearts that's been broken and shattered in pieces, and being able to see someone smile or have a good day, or share something that may seem so minute and small to most people, that means so much. That's a big hurdle for that individual. So that's what I love as a life coach. Really, everything I do, I love it. Like I love everything I do. I'm actually about to educate some professional cosmetology instructors. So I was writing my lesson plan, and it was with keeping students participation and active, in school. Like, what do you do? And the first thing I thought of as an instructor for myself, you have to look at yourself. You can't just think you about to just, have this person so lively and happy. Are you happy?
Wow.
And there are 3 phases. And one of the phases is either you're burnt out, I don't want to do this no more, or you're still motivated and empowered, or you have realized that there's some areas you need to work on. And we all go through those phases, even in careers, I imagine.
Oh, now I can tell you for a fact. I'm looking at list. I didn't know what burnt out was. I didn't know what that was. I was experiencing it, but I didn't know. I didn't have a name for it, and that's what it was. When I retired from education after 35 years, I did not know I had burnt out. I thought I was just time, go type, not realizing there is a name for this. When you've done something for so long, and you need to back away from it, but it's hard to back away because you're at the top of the income, all those things, and I did, and I'm glad I did, but at the same time I didn't understand it at the time. I really didn't know why. I'll say it like that. But
And
it was,
it's time you burn out, and sometime not yet. It's not time to throw it in yet.
right.
Sometimes the signal that you at your it's time. It's time to move to your next level. So it's really knowing what season you're in.
Well, I can tell you, I didn't at the. My principal did everything but put money on that desk and say that's the only thing she would do, and tried to convince me to stay. And I said, no, it's just time to go. It's time. And even when I look back, I didn't understand it though.
Yeah.
And I was scared. Let me just be honest. I was scared. I hadn't dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's and all those things. But I knew. I just knew in my heart that's what it was.
Yeah.
How do you incorporate well, how do you coach without overstepping? Let me ask that. How do you, because there's a thin line, I think, between coaching and overstepping.
Definitely, we're taught professionally. It's different signs, as the coach, that let us know when it's and really is the body posture. Sometime if someone take a deep sigh, you may have, gone too far, or if they fold in their arms. It's just different facial expressions that we're taught what we know. Okay, let's change the subject here. And so it's I'm so grateful that I went to school, because sometimes you have that instinct that you have a gift in you for that, a love for that.
Right.
But you still need to be professionally trained for situations as that, because some things can trigger. It can trigger a memory that can set back instead of bringing forward.
Well, I know when you're saying that about triggering, what you're really saying too, you have to be aware. You have to be aware of what that, like you said, the body language. And as I think we've heard time and time again, when people cross their arms, that is a sign. You don't ignore those kind of things. It may look like it's a simple sign, but they're closing up. They're closing off to you. They're letting you know that this is uncomfortable for them. And if you're not aware, some people keep pushing, they don't recognize the signs. But I agree with you. It's being trained is why you do recognize the signs.
Yes, most definitely. And also, like, just say if I'm struggling with an addiction, if the individual you're coaching is struggling with an addiction, they can sense that off of you. They can sense it off of you.
Wow. I didn't know that.
How you can tell me. So that's why I'm so grateful for my school of choice, because we had like a weekend where it was like no sidebar conversations, no cell phone, no checking your emails.
Wow.
Deep down from the root. And I'm so grateful, because I really feel like I wouldn't have lasted this long as a coach. I made, some things you start and it's like, I don't want to do that. No, I'm still there. And I believe because I did the work, I put time getting the work in to honestly have coach behind my name. I feel confident with having it because I put the time and the work in to deal with issues that I may was sweeping under the rug so that I can be effective for someone else.
I'm listening to you thinking, like you said, you've done the work. So that's part of why you're sensitive to where your client is, because you recognize when you went to, those depths, like you said, to find out who you were and what triggers were happening in your life. And this is not easy work. It is work. That's what people don't realize. Mm-hmm.
It is work.
I applaud you for that. I really do. Because I know it wasn't easy.
Was not.
Mm-mm. Are any of your clients, your hair clients, your life coach clients?
Honestly, they sneak it in. Sneak it in. Even if it's not a service, they sneak it in. And as you mentioned, your experience and your encounter with your hairstylist, it's just something that comes along with it. And as hairstylists, it's beyond. We always have this where this little joke is beyond the chair because we're doctors, lawyers, gardeners. We can sew. Look, all of that advice on everything.
Yeah, I know. It's true. It's true. And then I know now my stylist has her own, you can close the door, in other words, so we can talk privately so other people can't hear. And I was going to another stylist and I told her, I said, I'm just going to tell you now, I'm coming back to you. So in other words, we have too much history here. And it matters.
Yeah.
The people, and it becomes a trust with that individual. You built up a trust.
Yes.
And with that, I'm just wondering. So do you do hair and life coach, or you do one or the other?
I do both of them.
Good for you.
I do both. Like right now, like I mentioned, I'm living life in purpose on purpose. Look, I could try other things. I could run away from things, but it's like eventually I'm back. Okay, now what to do?
Oh.
So I'm just sold out right now, and I love. Like I said, I don't know where it's coming from, but I just so love everything that I'm called to be. But it requires more of me. It requires my will.
Yeah.
It requires my dedication.
Yep.
And for so long, like when rejection was the root of my problem, it was rejection. And rejection still knock at my door. And it won't come in because I can sense it when it's around the corner.
Wow.
And I don't want to go back. I can't go back. I'm not going back. Well, yeah.
You said so. It's a rejection is a trigger.
It was the root. If you wonder, like, why sometimes I'm down? Why sometimes I'm moody? Why sometimes I push away? Because I was one that was okay sitting to the back. I was okay with sitting quiet, but I actually was that was reacting from just repeated being repeatedly rejected. And so it's either I'm gonna stay here or it's time to move. And when I had that dream, it was time to move. The old me had to kick rocks, because where the doors that was opening for me, to educate, to become a motivational speaker, to speak at graduations, it don't add up, because you like selling a product that you won't use yourself.
Right.
So I'm too far into it now. I'm here.
In other words, you're not turning back. You're not going back. You're only going forward.
Only.
Wow. I know. I just started a group. Someone sent me a link, and it was Ava DuVernay was in the link. I don't know if you know Ava DuVernay, the director. Okay, she's a director, directed Selma and 13 and some other really big projects. And so I'm reading this, and then she said the one thing she says when things are not going well for her, she said, I always say forward. Just keep going forward. So I've made that my little mantra, forward. Just keep going, keep taking steps forward. And that's what you've been doing.
Yes.
That's powerful. That's powerful. What legacy do you hope to leave for the next generation of women?
The legacy that was left for me. My mom, grandparents, they're all are deceased.
Oh,
And you know, I again a dream, you know, and this dream was a palm tree by a grave. And
wow.
what I felt was to look up palm tree. A palm tree means a memorial. It means a growth. It
I
means
didn't know
prosperity. Yes.
Wow.
And so what I got out of that dream, that when I do go to the graveyard, don't look at the grave, look at the tree, because the baton was passed down. You know, my mom, she was in prison ministry. She was over the drill team at church. She did different things in the community. She had a boutique. So it's like I'm carrying the torch, you know, it can't stay there. It has to grow. So it's something when you just don't know. But when you get a revelation or you get wisdom or wise counsel on something, you stuck with a decision. What are you gonna do? And that's torture. It's hard to stay stuck in a place, you know, where you're depressed and down and anxiety and worry. That's horrible, you know. And I'll tell you, there was a event I was at, and there was a lady that had no arms and she had no legs. So she had a prosthesis on her hand. What was her? It was her legs and her hand.
Wow.
Infection when she was pregnant with her son. And when I saw her rejoice, I was like, now if someone that don't even have limbs rejoice. And I said, oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
She understood that she has life.
Yeah.
She has life. If she may not have arms and legs, she got life. She's here.
Yes.
And she was pregnant.
Yes.
Or she had a son, I should say.
She had a son, and an infection went through her body. And I'm not sure if, you know, the different parts of her body that was, you know, cut off, you know, but unfortunately, that's the situation she was in.
Well, I'll tell you, Dr. Pillar, I want to thank you for your time today. We really do appreciate you being on the show. And as you already know, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Yes, I enjoyed. Thank you.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. it is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network. It's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN, reach a targeted audience, and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential, where business is broadcast live, where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Call today 919-308-9090 USA.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Philomena Muncour. I am your business moderator and keynote for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network, it's really a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Now, I am Philomena Muncour, and I'm a motivational speaker, business marketing strategist, and event host with well over 20 years of experience. I specialize in helping individuals, entrepreneurs, and organizations amplify their voices and their brand stories. With my expertise across various industries, I provide practical strategies for small business owners and a way for them to enhance their visibility and their growth. I'm known for my engaging, relatable style, and I captivate audiences through keynotes, workshops, and just fun events that people can enjoy and learn and grow from. I break down complex business concepts into actionable insights that you can take away, you can be empowered, and you can succeed. I'm passionate about business, and I love to see people win. One of my mottos is faith, family, and food. This afternoon, I will be talking with you about the importance of using AI in your business. And I know this is a conversation you all are hearing a lot about frequently now. It's a buzzword, but really and truly, technology is growing. It's gaining lots of speed and momentum. And if we're not careful in learning now, then we will be left behind. I find that most Black business owners, they're open to the concept, but they don't know how or they don't know why. So the words of AI, artificial intelligence, why is it important? What does it mean for your business? And what could it do for your bottom line? I will go over 3 ideas and 3 prompts that you can actually use starting this afternoon. And please take some notes, grab your paper, grab your pen. I want you to take notes and I want you to visualize what I'm saying with your business. What is your mission? What is your vision? And how are you going to grow your business? So, why is AI a game changer right now? It used to only be for for only big businesses. But now small business owners have access to a lot of the same tools that the Amazons of the world, the Walmarts of the world, you have the tools in your hand. Why aren't we using it? So number 1, why is AI a game changer? It saves time. Let the machine give you ideas, give you tasks that you can put out on paper. It helps you with writing. It helps you with scheduling. It helps you with those emails that you're not quite sure how to craft. It gives you the words. And if it's not exactly perfect, you can tweak it. The thing about AI is the more that you give it, the more it's going to sound like you. So using AI saves time. That's number 1. Number 2, it boosts my creativity. I love putting into AI chat, give me 3 ideas to help me with X. Now it puts out within a few seconds, a couple of ideas that I can actually go and work on. So no longer does your business have to be exactly one level. You can scale your business with different creative ideas that AI provides you with. Number 3, why is it a game changer? It levels the playing field. Think of it this way. You go into Walmart or you go into any big box store. You're shopping. Guess what's happening? You're taking an item off the shelf and it's actually being indexed. You're actually creating a profile. Walmart knows exactly what you have purchased, and therefore they can market to you in that realm. What they have done is taken AI and used it to their advantage so they can sell more to you and they can relate to you based off of what you're purchasing. Why not do that for you and your own clients? So for my speakers and coaches, you have a program, maybe you've launched it, maybe you haven't. Have you used AI to give you creative ideas on how to put it in front of different audiences? Have you created an AI chat box to give you an idea on your next chapter? Or maybe a lead generator? AI is there to help you and to level the playing field. Now, here's something that some folks don't realize that AI can help with. Your customer service. Someone has done business with you. Do you have a thank you message? Do you have a way of saying, please leave a Google review for me? Or a Facebook review or a Yelp review? Maybe it's gaining some feedback on how they liked your service and what you can improve on. The one thing we don't want to do is assume that every single one of our clients is absolutely thrilled. We want to think everyone's perfect and they love our services. But with AI, you can go ahead and create a customer experience checklist. You can also create some surveys. And here's the thing, it creates a faster support system for you. So if you are a solopreneur, maybe you have an assistant or maybe you don't, why not use the prompts to help you generate a better customer experience? Now, over time, we know AI is going to get smarter. For some, it's very scary. For others, it's okay. I've come to the conclusion that AI is going to be around with or without us. How we choose to engage with artificial intelligence or ChatGPT or any of the chat features, it's really up to us. Now, I like to make sure what I put in is exactly the output I want for my business. So I'm asking specific questions. I'm not personally using it, although some are. I'm not personally using it to find out personal data or personal information. I don't want to feed it that information. However, for my business, absolutely. What are 10 tips that can help me? What are 3 creative ideas? How can I improve customer service? These are all prompts that we easily can put into the AI chat features and let it give us a little bit of feedback. Now, fun fact, AI tools can write an entire marketing campaign in under 60 seconds, literally. Now, I will caution folks whom are using this for their marketing. Think of your brand. Think of your strategy. Think of your client and use the AI to help cultivate the brand story that you want to tell. It's not the end all be all. I want for you to use as much of a human touch as possible, but the tool is there. Get a jump start on telling your brand story exactly how you want to tell it. Another fun fact is 80% of business leaders today, 80% of business people, 8 out of 10 are now using AI to some capacity in their business. Now, are everyone using it the proper way? Is everyone using it in one linear fashion? Probably not. But here are some tips I'm going to give you, and this is really important for you to take some notes. I want you to think of your prompts in ChatGPT as you telling your assistant, here's what I need help with, and here's how you can help me. As long as you have those 2 questions or prompts, you should get back some really great content. So here's what I need help on, and here's how I need you to help me. So an example would be, hey ChatGPT, create a 30-day social media content calendar for a coaching business who targets women over 30 with a family. Focus on engaging and brand visibility. That's one prompt. That prompt would really help you scale your social media. What we've done here is told the ChatGPT, for example, to create a 30-day social media calendar. We told it what type of business we are. We told it the target. And then what do we want that social media content to do? We want it to be engaging, and we want it for brand visibility. Now, with brand visibility, is it a product? Is it a service? Is it an offer? Is it a lead magnet? So tell the chat GPT or GPT of sort, what is it specifically? What is it that you would want for it to help you with? Here's another great prompt that I like. Write 5 high engaging Instagram captions with trending hashtags for, and you would describe your business, and we are aimed at, and tell it the audience. So write 5 engaging Instagram captions with trending hashtags for, tell it your business, and whom your audience is. Now, here's the kicker. Here's how you get your GPT to tell it in your voice. You would then type in, keep it funny, keep it inspirational, keep it informative, keep it business. You can tell it what tone to write in. And my favorite word to use, and keep it authentic. Telling your brand story is important, but telling it importantly in your authentic voice is more important. Now, here's a fun prompt to help scale your social media. You've been posting aimlessly, you have lots of photos, you have lots of videos you've posted, but it didn't gain the traction that you thought it would, right? Maybe it got a like, maybe it got a reshare, maybe it didn't get any likes whatsoever. I'm an avid believer in repurposing the content that you have. Maybe you tweak the words, maybe you use a different photo, but the content you're posting, nothing wrong with repurposing it. So here's a prompt that I love to use. This is for my content repurposing. Turn this blog, video, transcript, or social media post, whatever it is, we're telling the GPT, turn this blog into 3 Instagram posts, 2 LinkedIn updates, and 1 TikTok script. Make each one tailored to that platform. So you posted something. You have a magazine article you were featured in. Maybe you posted something on social media, on Facebook. You thought that thing was the best post ever and it was going to do numbers. It was going to go viral, and it didn't. Those are the posts I want and content I want for you to repurpose. So again, the prompt is, turn this blog or video, transcript, whatever it is, turn this into 3 Instagram posts, 2 LinkedIn updates, 1 TikTok script, and make each one tailored to that platform. That is an amazing way to use some of the content you already have, but even more so, be consistent with the messaging you've been telling. Nothing beats the content you've already posted and reusing it. Now, I hope you guys are taking notes and I hope you're highlighting what you're going to work on. Now, another way that I love to coach my entrepreneurs is Googling themselves. When you're done watching this YouTube, I would love for you to go on Google and Google your name. Google your name with your city. Google your business name. Google what you do. This is more of research for you to understand how is it that folks who don't know you or folks who may know you, when they go to search for you, how are you popping up? Now, when your search results come up, you're going to have different things pop up with you on there. Some of it may be great. Some of it may be, I don't know why this is showing up. I don't want that to appear. That's okay. You can work on cleaning up your online visibility. However, the biggest purpose I wanted to bring this into this conversation today is those little snippets, those details for Instagram, LinkedIn, Alignable, those little snippets, I want you to highlight them. I want you to put them into a chat GPT or some kind of AI prompt. I want you to have them rephrase what you're seeing, that little snippet, that little description. I want you to have that rephrased. Then I want you to go onto Facebook. You know, that little bio about you, about your business. Same thing on Instagram. I want you to take that and go into ChatGPT specifically and ask it to repurpose your bio. Give it a couple of things you want to see it have in there. Maybe you want emojis. Maybe there's a hashtag you want in there. Maybe there's a new product or service or a new webinar, seminar, something you have that you want to include in your short descriptive bio. For example, Instagram, you have 150 characters. So it would sound something like this. Please rephrase my Instagram bio with 150 characters, including hashtags. Also include my new product and list that out. And let the ChatGPT put out a couple of different bios for you. Read through them. See which ones you like. If you don't like them, say, hey, give me 5 more or give me 10 more bios. And pick the ones that resonates with you, the one that sounds like you. You would take that into Instagram or Facebook and reuse that for your bio. The reason that's important, you're telling everyone who you are, what you do, and to help you pop up when people are searching for you or your services. Now for LinkedIn, I love LinkedIn. I'm an avid LinkedIn user. I do a ton of connecting. I refer people through LinkedIn. People refer through different newsletters. LinkedIn is a powerful tool that you should use. With LinkedIn, I actually copy my bio and put it into the Chat GPT and ask it to rephrase and repurpose my bio. The reason being, what I thought I sounded great on 3 months ago may sound a little bit different. It's always good to reuse your bio in a way, rephrase it, use some better key phrases, just so you can show up better. Now, the more that you update your bio, the better it sounds and the more opportunities that you'll come up. I'll say this when it comes to AI. The more you give it, the more opportunity it's going to get better. The longer you wait to use it, the longer it's going to take for you to build up a profile or even allow for the machine learning to happen, and you're already behind the 8 ball. Now, when it comes to AI, as it is learning, as it is growing and getting better, of course, we're going to have to protect our information. This is why I asked for you to Google your name, search your company, put your city. How would I, as a prospect, looking for you, how can I find you? If some of the information you're seeing online is not exactly as you want it to be, you have a couple of ways to clean that up. Number one, you can bury it with content, videos on YouTube, putting out your book, publishing things on Amazon or any other publisher, posting on social media, gaining traction on magazine articles, paid and unpaid, earned and non-earned magazine features, hiring someone in PR, a public relations person. They're great in making sure that your story is being told. But as we're using AI, I believe that we need to protect our information as much as possible. So go ahead, Google yourself. If there's a platform that has some information you do not want out there, go ahead and reach out to that platform and request for them to remove your information. It's as simple as sending an email and copying the link in which your information is showing up on and asking them to remove your data from their database. Now, it does take a little bit. Some will do it within 24 hours. Some will take about a week. But the whole purpose is for you not to be blindsided and for you to know what information is out there. And the information is out there. Is it the information that's going to help you scale your business, tell your story, and for you to not be a shadow of a doubt the one that someone should do business with? With AI, there are a couple of things I want to make sure that our community is aware of. There are tons of tech jobs that are available. There are a lot of conversations. Oh, AI is going to take over. It's going to ruin us. Technology has been evolving. Why are we afraid of it? We should be using it for our good. If the manufacturers are using it to market to you, why aren't you using it to market to your audience? So the prompts, again, to make sure that you're helping your social media. One, build out your social media calendar. Don't be afraid of that. Consistency on social media is important. Out of sight, out of mind. Tell your brand story. Tell it efficiently. Tell it effectively. Your brand story deserves to be out in front of people. Use AI to help you streamline the story that you're telling and to tell the story consistently. Number two, your viral caption creator. Use it to help create those captions that get you noticed. Those hashtags don't just magically appear. Have it, and when I say it, artificial intelligence, find the hashtags that are relevant to you, your business, your brand, and your client. Thirdly, content repurposer. I can't stress this piece of it enough. Content that was put out 20 years ago may still be relevant today. Now, I'm not saying go on MySpace. I'm not saying go on, some other platforms. But if you posted something years ago on Facebook, repurpose it, right? Let's say it's something for the holidays coming up. Remember, we talked about scheduling social media ahead of time. Go through your feed. Look at the holidays that are coming up. Is there something that you posted last Labor Day or a couple Labor Days ago that you're happy about? Why not go ahead and reuse that? Even if it's not for Labor Day, maybe it's a Throwback Thursday, Thoughtful Thursday, or any of those trending, hashtags or theme days, use that to your advantage. It's there for people to notice you. Turn this blog, video, transcript, or magazine into 3 Instagram posts, 2 LinkedIn updates, 1 TikTok script. Make it tailored to each platform. I hope that prompt becomes one of your favorites, as it's one of mine. Now, before I leave you all, there are a couple of things I want to make sure when we're talking about branding and using AI that we are extremely cognizant about. Everything that comes out of AI may not be 100% accurate, so make sure that you are fact checking. Make sure if you are posting something, give the reference. Where did you get that from? The worst thing I would want for you guys to do is to be copying and pasting, and then some of the information is just not accurate. This is a tool to help speed up everything you're doing, make it more efficient, give you ideas, but it's not perfect. Not to say in a few years it may be perfect, but for right now, protect you, your brand, and what you're putting out there by just making sure the content you're putting out is correct. Another cautionary tale I would have for you is if you're building a website using AI, please, please, please do not just copy and paste from AI and put it on your website. Number one, there may be someone across the clear country or across the globe who does exactly what you do. Not exactly, but does something similar to what you do. They used AI. They copied and pasted. And now there's duplicate information on Google. That doesn't help you. It doesn't help your website. In fact, it goes against what traditional SEO is about, which is optimizing your website with real content that is true to your website. So again, these are for ideas to pull up, go through it, make it your own, but don't copy and paste into your website and say, oh, I just built a website in under 2 minutes. You did, however, I wouldn't just copy and paste. When it comes to some of the tools I just mentioned, SEO, and I'm full of these different tools that you can use AI for, but you can use it for helping you with SEO. When is the last time you looked at your website, made an update, made a change, but didn't work on the keywords, didn't work on the content, or you haven't even posted a blog? SEO is wonderful, wonderful tool with AI. Again, don't copy and paste. Make sure you're using it for ideas to make your task that much easier and more efficient. Another cautionary tale I would say with AI is making sure you're using your voice. Use it often enough. Tell it the type of voice you want to use. Do you want to use more intellectual? Do you want to sound more, business? Do you want to be casual in your tone? Tell it, because one thing, if I read your website, it's one way, but then I go to your social media, it's a completely different tone. I can tell. I can tell that it's not your authentic voice. It's not telling the story as we need it to. So as you're using your AI prompts, please make sure your voice is being heard, it's being told. Don't copy and paste. and use it for ideas to help elevate you, your brand, and the story that you're telling. Now, just a little bit about me. I am Philomena Mancour. I have been in marketing for well over 25 years. I am in love with automations, using systems to make our lives that much easier. Back in 1999, I was part of a task force for Y2K. This is when the world was going to end and computers didn't have the extra digits. I was part of some different task force with the telecommunications world, and that's where I fell in love with technology and using it in our small businesses. In today's world, I am also the state president for Ms. Corporate America, where I am helping rebrand and tell the story of women, entrepreneurs, and community leaders who are 30 to 65 years old and helping them with their voice. So when I talk with you about AI, I truly enjoy the process of learning it, the process of utilizing it in our day-to-day, but more importantly, how to use it to scale up our businesses, tell our stories more efficiently, and bottom line, make more money. But ultimately, these tools are here for you. They're here to help you tell that story to your audience. And I hope that you'll take the time to utilize it in your business the most efficient and effective way. If you would like to reach out to me, you can do so by going to my website, iamphilomena.com. And that is iamphilomena.com, PHILOMENA. You can also email me at callphilomena@gmail.com. That's call Philomena, PHILOMENA, the letter M, @gmail.com. I love to hear your stories. I'd love to hear how you're using AI. And better yet, what are some of the prompts you're using in your business? How are you using artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, automation, CRM systems? How are you using it in your business? What can I learn from you? We are here with the Black Business Olympics. I am honored to share just a little bit of knowledge with you. I'm honored to know and understand that our community, as we're growing, as we're using technology, we are not afraid to use it. With that, I am Philomena Mancour, and I hope to be of help to you, your community, your brand, and everything you're working on.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Artists.
you are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base.
Thinking about leaving that job, and I remember
Here, you can be you without limits.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you
that you
Black
don't
Business?
want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
How hard is it to land on the front cover of a top-tier global publication? The answer may surprise you. If you are a business owner, industry leader, speaker, author, or coach, this is your opportunity to get featured in a publication that reaches worldwide. We want to be able to tell your story, showcase your brand. We have made it so easy. All you have to do is answer a few questions and tell us a little bit about your business, and we'll take care of the rest. But why get featured? 1, it gives you massive exposure to a global audience. 2, it helps to boost your credibility in your authority in your industry. And 3, it helps you to expand your network and unlock opportunities. Now, right now, we are offering a special limited time offer. You can be seen by over 10,000 viewers and readerships each month. So don't wait. This is your time to elevate your business and get featured. All you have to do is click the link below and get started today.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jamila Burrell. I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we will be hosting Dr. Tandra Price. Dr. Tandra Price is a dynamic sales professional with over 20 years of experience, based in Oklahoma City, with a passion for the power of networking. Tandra believes that meaningful connections can unlock incredible opportunities. After attending numerous events that missed the mark, she saw a need to improve how people approach networking and conversation. Tandra has since empowered hundreds of entrepreneurs to build strong relationships, create opportunities, and generate residual income through her strategic approach to network development. I present to you Dr. Tandra Price.
Hello. Thank you so much for that amazing introduction.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for coming. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Yes. Oh, I'm so excited to be here today and to talk with you about my favorite topic, which is mastering the art of communication. I love this topic because it is one of, again, my most favorite. Again, let me introduce myself just a little bit more in detail. I am Dr. Tandra Price. I am an esteemed international speaker, two-time best-selling author. I am known as the networking ninja through all my clients. I'm the visionary behind the force of Tapped In magazine, which is a global publication. The passion lies behind, forging powerful relationship and connections with entrepreneurs worldwide. Tapped In magazine is more than just a publication of pen and paper. It is a business, entertainment, and lifestyle business magazine. We are a global publication with over 700,000 online distributions. We proudly feature hundreds and hundreds of entrepreneurs on the front cover, showcasing their stories and their business success. Tapped In magazine just doesn't spare the message. We help you to elevate, help you to grow your audience, and transform connections. Again, like I said, this is my most favorite topic, which is mastering the art of communication. But before I get started, I always like to talk about what mastering the art of communication is and how we really get to that next level. But it's really the most important part of communication is having a genuine interested in the other person. A lot of times we have to understand the person's needs, wants, and desires in order for us to be able to master the art of communication. But I'm going to talk to you about 5 main key topics when it comes to mastering the art of communication. The first one is, when is the best way to start a conversation? How is the best way to start a conversation? 2, when is the best time and best places to network? I get that question asked all the time. When do you network? But when is the best place to network? 3, we want to have an action plan. Once we've done all of that communication and mastering the art of communication, we got to have an action plan. The 4th is, how do we create a solid network using one of the most unused network platforms, which is LinkedIn? And then 5, we're going to close it out with, the digital communication side of it. How do we encompass using digital landscaping in order to master the art of communication? Networking is an investment in your business. It is truly an investment. A lot of times we look at networking as not being an investment, but it is truly an investment in your business. It takes time, but when it's done right, effectively, and efficiently, it can yield years of income to come. You can there's so much that you could do when you master the art of communication. And when we really use it effectively and efficiently, it can just keep income rolling and rolling and rolling in for our business. But networking, let's try to simplify. Networking can be simplified for everyone, whether you're introvert or extrovert. I know a lot of us love talking to people. A lot of us don't like talking to people, but it can really be simplified, whether you have been thriving in networking and you're a master at networking events, or if it's kind of challenging just to start the conversations. it can all be simplified. So the strategies that I'm about to share with you have been proven and tested. They'll equip you to seamlessly be able to integrate networking into both your business and professional lives. We talk about, how do we really effectively communicate with people? But when we think about communication, there's really 4 basic, easy steps to making sure that we're effectively and efficiently networking and communicating correctly. The step 1 is that we want to craft a clear and concise message. We have to let our prospect or anyone that we're talking to clearly know what we're talking about. I don't know if you've ever had some of those conversations and people are just talking and talking. You're like, what are they talking about? That's part of that effective communication. Step 2, we want to clearly state what it is that we want. A lot of times we kind of bypass that when we're talking to people and kind of go around the circle. But you know what? When you clearly say what it is that you're talking about, to making sure that we're talking about exactly what it is what we're wanting from them. Step 3, we just want to describe our products and services. Like, tell us what it is. Tell us what it is. And then step 4, how do we really let someone know, listen, you have to have our product. If you don't have our product, then, you're going to be missing a big service of your business or help elevating your business. So those 4 steps really kind of help. And you know what? We do them on a daily basis. We don't really realize that we're doing them. But once we kind of just tweak them just a little bit and try to get some real effective communication with it, it really makes a big difference when it comes to mastering the art of communication. So again, we talked about those 4 steps, but now I'm going to show you some platforms. A lot of times people say, where do you network? You're the networking ninja and you're like all over the place, but where do you network? I mean, what are some platforms? What are some places? Because a lot of times we think about networking as just going to a networking event, right? We think about, I got to go to this network event. I got to be in this room with a lot of different people that I don't really know. But this is the only time I'm networking. No, anytime that you are talking to someone or that you are sending a mass message out, you are performing networking, or should I say you are mastering the art of communication. We don't look at it like that, but that is exactly what happens. So let me give you some platforms. One that we always use, one of the most handy dandy things that we have on our computers and on our phones is that email. Whether you have Outlook, Yahoo, Cox, whatever you have, that is a form of mastering the art of communication because you're sending out a mass message to people. Slack is another thing. A lot of you may or may not be familiar with Slack, but it is a way of how you can really send out a mass message. Microsoft Teams, if you have a team of people that you're working with and you're really trying to communicate with them effectively and efficiently, you can do it through Teams. Zoom, a lot of us like to have that face-to-face interaction, personal connection. Again, Zoom, just that's what we're doing now. It's a way to be able to master the art of communication. Skype, a lot of times people don't really look at Skype, but it can be done both business and professionally. It's one of those tools that is not used very often, but it is a way of actually mastering the art of communication and sending a mass message. Now, WhatsApp is another perfect way or platform that you can use because a lot of times we want to do international. Remember, business is happening 24/7 around the clock. Just because you're going to sleep, that doesn't mean business is still not happening. But you want to be able to use WhatsApp to be able to make sure that you can effectively and efficiently send messages. Even if you're sending videos, videos is another huge way of being able to send a message out to people when you're thinking about mastering the art of communication. This is one way that when people are trying to communicate and they're trying to send messages out internationally, this would be one of the great ways to do it. Google Meets is another platform to use. Facebook Messenger. A lot of times you have to think about Facebook Messenger and doing the feed. There's 2 different ways when you're actually mastering the art of communication. But if you're doing a Facebook Messenger, you're taking them out of that feed and doing a very personal message to them. Twitter, you're sharing your thoughts, updates, and engaging conversation. Streamline, listen, via phone. It's another great way to do that. Video chat. A lot of times people look at video chats more than they actually look at doing different things or looking at printed content. So you think of video chat, print content. Think of how those are being able to effectively send your message out. Messaging apps, that's a quick, instant way. Team chats, again, it's almost like Microsoft Teams putting that together. LinkedIn Message. Now, I love LinkedIn Message, and we're going to talk a little bit about LinkedIn Message a little bit later on down. But LinkedIn Message is where you can really get personal and in depth with the person that you're speaking with. And then Instagram is another way. Depending on where your target audience is and where it lies, you can be able to use these different type of platforms when you're actually mastering the art or using these different platforms. Remember, when you master these platforms to optimize your communication, you're expanding your reach and you're building long relationships, whether it's personal, professional, or just looking at business growth. Now, the very first thing we talked about is how do we initiate this conversation? How do you do it on an effective approach? Now, these 6 things I'm going to share with you, you do these constantly already on a daily basis. You don't realize it, but you are doing it. So let's start with, how do you initiate a conversation? Like, what's the very first thing? Well, we always know that we want to do an introduction. We either want to say, hello, how are you doing? If you are at a networking event, you want to extend out a firm handshake to say, hey, my name is Dr. Tandra Price. Glad to meet you. You send out that firm handshake. 2, you always ask questions. Anytime you're in a conversation, you want to ask a question, because that keeps the conversation going. It prompts an immediate response. It prompts people to keep asking you over and over and over. And it just keeps the conversation going. Now, with these 6 things that I'm sharing with you, you can entwine them together. You can use them multiple, or you can use them all in one segment. But just think, when you introduce yourself, you immediately ask the question. 3, a compliment is the best way to start a conversation. A lot of times, if you're giving out a genuine compliment, you can be able to get immediate response. Like, I love shoes. I talk about this all the time. I love shoes, and I can go into a shoe department store, and I can see someone maybe trying on some shoes, and I may say, oh my God, those are some beautiful shoes, or those look good, or do you have a special occasion that you're wearing those with? Oh, those look, you giving that nice compliment actually triggers them to have another conversation with you. It triggers you to keep going on through the conversation. The fourth one is always ask questions, advice, or opinion. People love, when I say they love to give their advice, opinion. I mean, just think how many times you can sit and ask a person a question and they will just go on and on and on and on. The 5th thing is humor. You always want to have that inside humor joke in your pocket, because that kind of breaks the ice. I call the humor, when it comes to initiating conversation, the icebreaker, because it gives you a way of laughing, letting them know that you're personal, that you're open to a conversation. The 6th thing is observe your observation. Listen, I'm in Oklahoma right now. It is raining out here. If I was at a networking event, I could talk about the rain, the weather, and all that good stuff. And it will strike up a conversation with the next person. I could be at the gas station. I could be at the grocery store. These are different things that you can places that you can think about when it comes to networking or starting a conversation. They always say, stick out your hand, and what is the first 3 people that in front of you is the best time to have a conversation, especially if you're in the grocery store, because there's so much content. Do you realize how much content it is in a grocery store that you can start a conversation with someone? The next thing too, I just want to throw this in as a bonus, is that a lot of times just starting a conversation, just simply smile. Simply smile. You don't have to say a word or anything. You can smile, and guess what? People will say, hello, good morning, how are you? And that starts a conversation. But think about the observations, the places that you're at. I mean, if you look around, there's tons and tons of content to start a conversation. Again, you can input all these together, and we do it on a daily basis. We don't realize that we can go into the store. We can introduce ourselves. Hi, how are you doing? Hey, by the way, do you know where X, Y, and Z is? Oh my God, this is a beautiful environment, a beautiful store. What do you think? Have you ever been here before? Hey, guess what? If you don't know anything else, and you see how I'm putting all these together as one conversation that I'm just having on a daily basis. I try to throw all those in so you can just kind of see how you can multiply those together. But it's something that you happen to do. And at the end, I may say, oh my God, you know what? Make sure that you have your umbrella, because it is so that the weather forecast is going to be raining out there. You do not want to get wet. But I'm just saying, I just wanted to throw that in as a bonus, just to kind of show you how you can put all those into one and not separate them out. A lot of people think, okay, I'm networking. Like, what am I supposed to say? But if you use those simple six techniques or strategies when you're networking, just think about how you can to intertwine all those together. We talk about places to network, which is the 3rd thing. There are so many places to network. Like I said, 1, you want to pay attention to your observations. No matter where you are, you want to pay attention, because there's content in the places that you're at. So make sure you make a note of that. There's content in the places that you're at. Some of the places could be like conferences and conventions. professional association meeting, trade shows, business networks. We know there's so much content. I mean, think about it. When you walk into a room and you do a 360 panoramic view of the room, look how much content's in there. You know, you have content from, you know, the event itself, the people in the event, the people talking, the drinks, the food. I mean, think about it. I mean, people don't think about that, but whenever you walk into a room, what content is in that room that you can now start talking about to generate a conversation? Alumni gatherings, chamber events, and conference events. And there is a ton of ways that you can network and interact your stuff at one of these events, because the chamber events, that's what they're especially designed for. Like, we're doing an event in Houston on May the 30th and 31st, and it is called Link Up. It's a networking event. But you know what? We're bringing a different twist to it. But within that meeting, we're wanting the Chamber of Commerce to be there. And we're going to set it up to where you can be able to network, pass out your business cards, and do different interactions. Listen, meetup groups. Meetup groups is a lot. You know, people sometimes they look at it, and I know everybody has them in their local city. It's easy to look up and see where those events are, what you're passionate about, some things that you have interested in. Those are places that you could go to network. Workshops and seminars is another amazing place that you can go work at. Career fairs is another amazing place. Listen, people don't think career fairs is a good place to network, but it is the best place to network. Why? Because everybody's looking for a way to elevate and advance their business. Volunteer opportunities. Listen, you are on the same common goal and ground when you get ready to do volunteering opportunities and networking, because guess what? You're there for the same reason. Toastmasters and public speaking, social clubs and recreational online events, platforms, community events and festivals. Let me tell you, the very main one that where you can place to network is charity and fundraiser events. Let me tell you, everybody's looking at trying to raise some money, and there has to be conversation made in that room in order to raise that money. So think about some of these places that I've shared with you about places to network. There's a ton of places, but anytime you walk into a room, that is content driven. And there's always things to network and talk about. Even if you're at the airport, just think when you're at the airport or even on the airplane, a lot of people don't think that that's opportunity to network. I guess I should change the title from network to conversation, because we're mastering the art of communication. But let me give you some benefits of doing that. When we think about networking and mastering the art of communication, there is so many benefits. Guess what? What is that saying? A closed mouth don't get fed. That's what the benefits of mastering the art of communication. But it's not a one-time process. It's an ongoing dedication. When you incorporate these type of routines into your daily conversation or to your daily workflow, you're able to reach your current objection. And even if you're reaching your current objection, you want to nourish them. You know, you want to nourish it. You know what? Somebody told me that having good conversations is just like having gumbo. I don't know if y'all gumbo people, but I don't like seafood. If I do a gumbo, it's going to be sausage and some other stuff that's not so spicy. But it's like every time you get ready to eat some gumbo, or when you get ready to make it, you're adding something new to the flavor of it. Okay, I hope that analogy works. So it gets juicier and it gets good each time. And we have to think about that as being a part of networking and communication. But let me give you some benefits to that. Not only did I give you the benefit of every time you start and you throw some new extra conversation in there, you just season it and it's getting good. It's getting better each time. But let me tell you this, the benefits of networking could be it increases your visibility. A lot of times when we think about networking and increasing your visibility, is like the more you see, the more you heard, people are going to know who you are. You become more recognizable. You increases your chances of in opportunities. You think about collaboration, you're leading partnerships. Now, a lot of times we know, what's that saying? If you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to, make sure that you're growing your business, you want to make sure that you're collaborating with other people. In this business, we have to have collaborating partners. It is so hard to grow your business if you don't, but that's one of the benefits of when you're mastering the art of effective communication. It gives you access to resources. Listen, I love going to network events because I'm getting new resources. I'm learning new stuff that I didn't know, stuff that can help me be able to put into my resource bank. I want to be that one-stop shop for my client. But if I have all the resources and tools that I need, that I could be able to distribute those out to my clients. But it gives you access to things that we may not know that will help you grow your business. Third, it gives you brand awareness. It helps you to promote your business. Every time we're talking, every time we're at networking events or we're doing different things, we are helping to promote our business. That is a major thing that we are doing. It gives you access to decision makers. Listen, there's tons of people that I love to want to be a part of my network, but as I'm being able to affect my communication, again, going back to making sure that I'm clear and concise on what it is that I'm trying to get, it helps me to get into the rooms. It helps me to be able to increase my pitch better. It helps me to be able to discuss those opportunities. Just like, I'm going to give you a quick example. I mean, I'm on doing an HBCU tour, and we just left Alabama A&M. We went to Howard, and we got a couple of other schools that we're going to. But because I was able to effectively put myself into those different locations and spots, and I was able to start affecting my communication, I was able to do an amazing pitch to get me into these particular schools. So now that they've seen the work that what we're doing, they've seen the visibility, because I was able to increase my visibility. Now we've been asked to come to different schools. Industry trends. Listen, we have to stay abreast and informed of what's going on out there in the industry. There's so much right now that's taking place that we have to prepare ourselves. And a lot of that information don't come all to us. Guess what? It's nothing like having that one-on-one experience, talking to people who have been through the trenches of what's going on, to help you to be able to know what some of the industry trends are. Listen, we can do Google education all day, but if you're not actually out there in the works and understanding the industry trends, then it's going to be hard, to get those benefits. But it is a benefit factor. And last but not leastly, it helps you to grow your business. Oh my God. The benefits of networking will help you grow your business to a level that is none other than where you need to help elevate your business. They say you want to level up, but you really want to elevate. So there's a difference. I'll explain that to you a little later. But elevate and level up is different. You know what? The third thing we said, we have to do an action plan. Now, we've done all this networking. We've talked about some major strategies and steps in networking. But guess what? None of this happens if you don't have an action plan. Action plan creates the money. I'm going to say that again. Action plan creates the money. We can talk all day, but if we're not doing any action, then it's hard for us to create money. So we want to make sure that we are doing some actionable steps when it comes to creating money. I want to talk real quickly, just when we talk about the action plan, is that we got to have a purpose. So when you think about, I always like doing acronyms, but I call it the AKW. So action is what makes money. Knowledge is what keeps your money. And wisdom, let me tell you, it grows your money. So that's why you have to have an action plan after you have effectively done all this communication. But let's get into how this action plan works. First, you got to set a goal. You got to determine what it is, what that action plan is, what kind of money you want to make, right? We got to set a goal. So you have to determine from what number of contacts. When you go to a networking event, what is the plan? When you go out and set the day, when you're trying to get a client, what is that true plan? And you have to stay focused to the plan. You got to make sure you stay online with the plan. 2, research. Anytime you go to a networking event, or anytime that you're trying to elevate your business, you have to do the research. Let's get yourself familiar with the event, the agenda, the speakers, the attendees. Identify some of the key people who are going to be at that event. 3, preparation for your introduction. I'm not saying practice your pitch. I'm saying you need to focus on some selling. No, you need to focus on preparing yourself to how to make an impression. So let's go again. Prepare your introduction. I'm not talking about a sales pitch. I'm talking about what are you going to do to make yourself impressionable so someone will remember you after this is all over with. Practice your networking skills. When I talk about practicing your networking skills, the only skill that is so important is one that is so often missed all the time, is listening. That is a number one networking skill that you have to practice, is listening. Listen, I know sometimes I have a hard time too, but that is one of the skills of making sure that you are listening. Because if you're not listening to the person who you're in front of, You don't know what their needs, concerns, and desires are, and you don't know how your product or services could be able to help them. That is creating an action plan. Make sure that you have all your digital presence up to date. There's nothing worse than if you're giving out your information to someone and it is not updated. You only have that 30-second window to impress someone, first of all, but two, there is no way that they're going to be going to look for you. If you give them a link and it doesn't work, then guess what? That's a client that you lost. So make sure that everything is up to date, that you have all that. Bring essential materials when you go to any networking event, or because here's the thing about it is you don't want to not have your phone charged. You don't want to have your computer if that's what you needed. You don't want to have anything that you don't need, pen, paper, business cards. If you don't have any of that, it is a turnout to the prospect, because they're going to think that you're not prepared, that you're not ready, that, how can you do business with me if you don't have your stuff already prepared yourself. So make sure that you bring all the essential materials. Also, when you go to an event, make sure that you at least connect with 5 people. Do not go to any networking event and not connect with at least 5 people. You've done yourself an injustice and you've wasted your day. You at least need to exchange business. It's vital, because even if that is not the place that you're supposed to be at, and one, you want to make sure that you do the research so you are at the right location. But even if you're not, at least walk away with knowing that I've met 5 new people. Another thing, join everyone's Facebook group. Anytime that you actually have an event, they have a Facebook group. Now, the key to that action plan is a follow-up plan. Where they say money is in the follow-up, money is truly in the follow-up. Listen, I say money is in the currency is in the conversation, because the more conversation you have, the more currency that you have the potential of making. So make sure that you do a follow-up plan. But let me give you our strategy plan of how we do this follow-up plan. And it's proven it works. It's effectively. After you go to a networking meeting, make sure within 24 to 48 hours that you follow up with someone. Why? Because life happens. They will forget about you in the first 24 to 48 hours. After you have every meeting and you decide that you want to meet with somebody, we all have what they call these handy dandy phones. You should already have a pre-played script already in that phone that you could just immediately send to them. Like before you even go to the event, you need to already have one of those pre-played conversations in your phone, so then you could just hit it. Say, hey, it was nice meeting you at X, Y, and Z. Are you available Tuesday or Thursday of next week for us to jump on a quick call? I would love to learn more about your business. Period. You're not selling. You're saying, hey, how can we learn more about your business? How can we collaborate and add more value to one another? 2, make sure that you are connecting with them on all social media. That is, once you finish that conversation, hey, what's the best way to connect? Are you on Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook? What is the best way to connect with you so you'll know how to connect with them? Make sure, 3, that you have a CRM system. You need to have a robust CRM system, because even when you're at that networking event, that CRM system is soliciting and prospecting for you, because they're sending out the data that you need to send out. 3, share relevant resources with them. Like once you've already got them in your CRM system, send them information about their business. 1, it shows that you were paying attention to them, you were listening to them. 2, but you're genuinely interested in helping them grow their business. 4, stay engaged. I know that's hard to say, but listen, our prospects and clients tell us everything on social media. That's why the second follow-up plan was to connect with them, ask them which is the best way to connect with them. Even if, say, Facebook is the best way, you still want to connect with them on all social media, because they are telling their story, okay? Their story is being told. Their needs, wants, and desires are being told because they're putting it out on Facebook. So you need to stay engaged with them by networking them on a regular basis. Commenting on their posts, a genuine commenting on their posts. Do not do any emojis on their posts. Comment on their posts so they'll know that you are paying attention to what they're doing. And then, make sure that you're sending them different tips, or even forward them to your link. You can stay engaged. Hey, I see such and such on my, website. I have the 5 different traits to whatever. Give them ways that they can connect with you as well, but stay engaged with them, and always set a calendar reminder. It is so important that you set a calendar reminder. Now, here's how the calendar reminder works. So when you actually meet somebody for the first time, you set that first appointment within 24 to 48 hours. Then you're going to set a calendar reminder a week later after you met with them to follow up with them. Then you're going to set yourself another calendar reminder within 2 weeks. After that, just so you can just be on their radar. Then you're going to do it within, I believe it's 30 days after that. You wanted to stay in front of them. And the reason why you want to do it that way is because we all buy on emotions, okay? But the main thing about it is we want to stay in the forefront of our client at all times, because we don't know when it is that they're going to have a certain need or desire to be in front of them. So we want to make sure that at all times that we are staying high relevant in front of our clients. But let me tell you real quickly, when we think about networking, there's different types of effective communicators. And I don't know if you're one of these or if you've seen some of these, but just think when you go into a networking room or any space, it could be a networking event or it could be just an event that you have. Think about the types of communicators that there are. See, when we're mastering the art of communication, we have to understand the different type of styles. Believe me, there are different type of styles that really make an impact when you're actually trying to network with someone or effectively communicate with them. But it's how you leverage the impact and your strengths and how you're building the relationships when you're creating these opportunities. You have to want to be able to inspire others. But let me tell you, when you actually master these communicating styles, it is game on. So let me just go over a few of them really quickly. The first one is the relationship builder. These are the type of communicators that are creating long-lasting connections. They're invested in genuinely building relationships. They take time to know you. They're actually following up with you. They're staying engaged with you, and they're maintaining those connections. Two, if you are a social butterfly, now I'm considered the networking ninja. So I'm considered that social butterfly. I'm outgoing, charismatic. I approach everybody just that I could think of that comes my way or across my path. I'm always trying to start up a conversation. I like to make people feel good when they come into my presence. I like, again, to break that ice, break that humor. I try to stay energy, and I'm always welcoming, trying to connect other people with other people. I'm trying to build that camaraderie, that collaboration with them. You think about experts. These are people, type of communicators that they really don't care when they go to a networking event if they, network it or not, because they're just trying to hone in on their expertise. You'll see this. You'll see a group of people together at a networking event, and one person is talking, and that one person is just giving them all the information about their business. They're just showing you what expert they are in their field. Then you have the FOMO. I always say people fear missing out because they try to be at every networking event at all the times, but they're not really collecting information. They're just in the place. They're exercising their visibility, because the more you see them at the events, those are people who don't want to miss out. They want to be at every networking event. They want to be at every event, calendar, whatever. And they're the ones who you can be like, okay, what's the next event? You can go up to that person and say, hey, what's the next event? And they'll give you that information. Then sometimes you just have the buffet communicators. These are the people that only go to the events just to eat the buffet. Listen, they didn't had a long day at work. It's 9 to 5. They decided, listen, I'm going to go network, go and see what's happening, go have me a few drinks and some eating. But let me tell you, these sometimes are the best communicators, because guess what? They're always at the back of the line at the buffet. The conversation starts at the back of the line, not at the front of the line, because by the time you get to the front of the line, all the communication would have already got there. You're talking about collaborators. These are people who are looking to collaborate. These are people who looking to build bond, to build teamwork events. Then you have your digital networkers. These are people that are only going to talk to you through a digital space. They're not going to sit there and pass out your business cards and exchange business cards. They're going to hit you with a QR code. Listen, and set your appointment there. Then you have some innovators. These are people that, they're looking for the next trendsetters. They're trying to bring fresh ideas to the table, skills, identify new opportunities. What's new out there? But let me tell you, by mastering these styles of communication, it identifies your own networking style. You're honing in on your communicating skills. You're making a significant impact on the relationships and business growth. Look, once you master these, you build lifelong communications and success with what's going on. It's important to do that. But as we grow, as we master these art of being communicators, it brings so much wonder to your business. Now, I want to talk about the fifth thing real quickly. One of these is, I love it because it is one of my favorite platforms that I use, which is LinkedIn. How does LinkedIn empower the way that we communicate? Because if you think about different social media platforms, they're so different because, it depends on how you can communicate with them. But on LinkedIn, you have so much more access to you in order to communicate, because you got to think about LinkedIn has over 800 million users on this platform. Did I mention it was free? Okay, it's a free platform. It's a powerful tool of communication, but it's so underly used. But let me tell you, communication on LinkedIn is like your very first time when you meet somebody for the first time. You know, you only have like 30 seconds or 60 seconds to make that amazing impression. And you have to think about that through LinkedIn, because LinkedIn has the same components. So when I look at LinkedIn, we have to think about who's on there, and if they took the time to really put their profile together. Let me tell you, your LinkedIn profile, it is not a resume. A lot of people think about that. A lot of people think that LinkedIn, it was only used for business when you were looking for jobs and stuff. But if you go down and look at LinkedIn, it has so much more content, so much more powerful resource to it. But real quickly, let's jump into it. You want to make sure that your profile picture is good. You want to make sure that you have a welcoming picture, a profile picture that allows you to be able to make it approachable when people are trying to talk to you. Because remember, it is the first impression. Headline, make sure. Listen, I hate going to someone's LinkedIn profile and they don't even have a banner. I have no clue to what they do. They just have their picture there. And then they really don't have any of the summary there. But we want to make sure that your headline is there. Craft a concise headline that highlights your role, that I can, like, your banner should be able to say what you do immediately before I even see it. You need to be able to use the multimedia part of it, add videos. And, a lot of times people, again, they're not so into the content, but they like to see videos, how you interact, how you talk, how your professionalism, your summary. Listen, make this in your strength and weakness. When you think about your summary, your experience, let's talk about what you've accomplished or how you've made an impact in somebody else's business. Let's use that. Make sure that you're putting your skills in there and also your education portion in there. You have to leverage the impact of LinkedIn. I mean, it has so much stuff there. Just think, when you do your SEOs and your keywords, when people are pulling that up, remember I said it was 810 million users on LinkedIn. So you want to make sure that you have all the necessary information on LinkedIn that you can possibly have so people can look you up. Your certifications. Make sure that you have all kind of certifications and licenses. And if you don't have enough certifications and certificates, listen, join our LinkedIn Bootcamp, because we show you how to get more of those. Your recommendations, I can show you how to take your recommendation and use it into a positive testimonial. Your volunteer work, listen, a lot of times people want to know more than what you do. Like, do you serve and give back as a part of being an entrepreneur? Media attachment, like, make sure that you're putting any media attachment. If you've been in Tapped In magazine, TAPIN magazine, make sure that you put in all those covers there. We are a global publication with over 700,000 online distribution. That makes a huge impact. Remember, I said leveraging LinkedIn for your impact. That makes a huge impact when potential people are seeing you. Engage in the network, and we can show you how to do that in our LinkedIn Bootcamp, because guess what? It's nothing like engaging with your prospects, genuinely engaging in your prospects. But listen, we have to master the art of communication on LinkedIn. It goes way beyond. When I say it goes way beyond just your profile, it goes more than just that. It makes a significant impact. It's creating, sharing your story, actively engaging with your network, and showing your expertise while expanding your connections. I know it's kind of hard, but we have to think about what LinkedIn can do. Now, if you have 810 million users on your account on a platform, it's huge, because guess what? You should be having contacts, communication all day long. Listen, you don't even have to take that long to use. We can show you some simple strategies, just 10 to 15 minutes a day, just going and using your LinkedIn with our LinkedIn Bootcamp. But I want to talk about how we've done all of this, mastering art and effective communication. Now, how do we use this digital platform? We know that the internet is the number one source of getting mass communication out, right? And we know that having a digital product or platform can move much quicker and faster. But let me tell you, when we think about mastering art of communication through a media publication such as Tapped It Magazine, it's no longer about exchanging the verbal. It's about how your message is shared through a powerful, powerful media platform. Tapped It Magazine, listen, we offer a dynamic space for you to share your story, your expertise, and a vision with the world by strategically using this method. See, to truly master the art of communication, you need a consistent media exposure. As an entrepreneur, you need to aim to be featured in 12 to 15 publications each year, because why? It helps you to engage with your audience on a regular basis. We also have a new product, a new service, or something that we are producing every month. How are you communicating with your clients? We can't have the same product. And if you do have the same product, it needs to have multiple facets to it so you can actually keep your client engaged. Guess what? Our clients' needs and desires and wants change. So you have to go according to that as well. But you want to make sure that that is critical for you to be staying in front of your client at all times. Remember, I told you that clients buy on emotion. Without that actual outreach to your clients, you're actually giving your competitors an opportunity to be in front of them. Because if you're not constantly in front of your clients, they're going to do business with someone who is doing business similar to what you're doing. Same product, same services, probably even more money than what you're doing. So you want to make sure that you're that one-stop shop for your client. The key to maintaining your client's relationship is consistent visibility. I can't say it enough. Consistent visibility. But here's what we do. When you put your information out on a massive exposure, you are gaining their trust, their like, their know. See, that's what Tapped It Magazine do. We directly help you stay in front of your clients, giving you value added to your platform. You can bring your audience. The more communication you do, the more engaging you to build your brand and authority. When you do that, again, think about the massive time that you're out there in front of your client. But we have to think about how this whole thing works. When you put yourself out there, you are looking to reach a whole new audience. Okay. And because with Tapped It Magazine, we have so many different platforms, even such as the platform that we're on right now, we're helping you to expose to a broader audience, a bigger audience. We're helping you to build that know, like, and trust in your authority. Listen, people love it when you're more credible in your authority, in your business. We're helping you tell your story, but we're helping you position it and tell it in a different way. Your story is not for you. Your story needs to be heard. It needs to be shared with someone. I was just listening to the other day to a lady who was telling her story about she was suffering with lupus. But because she told her story, she didn't want to hide her story anymore. But because she was able to tell her story, she was now able to impact others who were going through the same similar situation. That's what the visibility, that global part. But she was able to push that story out to not just one reader, 2, 3, to a global audience. She got that engagement because when you do things on a digital platform, you are creating that engagement through articles, interviews, features. You're offering valuable insight. You're fostering meaningful connections with your audience, and you're keeping that conversation going. And again, because of mastering it on a global digital platform, you are doing global visibility. You got to think about global. Like, we sit here and we go through our Facebook or whatever media source we have, and we look at, you may have 2,000 likes or 2,005 followers, depending on how an influencer you are, okay? Depending on how influenced you are. I think they say when you come to looking at being on social media, you're in, what is it, influencer statistics. Statistics, people just, you post stuff on there and you know, you don't even know why you posted it on there. You went looking for it and you don't even know why. But an influencer has a purpose. They have a mission. They have a drive for why they're doing that. And that's what that global visibility is, because it gives you that media exposure to help you to transcend to a whole bigger, broader group. But with Tapped It Magazine, you gain the tools to have those effective communication. That's what we do. We help you to gain those tools. We help you to get the visibility, to make sure that you're seen, heard, and noticed. We unlock the power of that strategic networking that, you know, people hate to hear. They like, oh my God. Listen, I'm just talking. Listen, that's how passionate I am about it.
Ma'am, you are so passionate. I have 2 pages of notes. 2 pages. So really quickly, tell us how to get in touch with you.
Yes, you want to go to tapin But I want to say something real quickly. I am hosting the Link Up Networking Conference in Houston, Texas. I need all of you who are part of the Houston area to come out to the North Center in Houston, Texas, and join us. It's going to be a phenomenal event. We are going to have podcasters, and we're going to have a lineup of speakers that's just going to be jaw-dropping. So make sure you come out, and you can get that to tapin magazine.org.
Thank you so much for coming. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Awesome, awesome.
The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the Scholarship Fund or use the Cash App. That's $BBXUSA. Once again, that's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the Scholarship Fund. We want to thank our Black Business USA sponsors. That's NC-100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporation, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today
at 919-308-9090.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Eric Kelly III, and today I'd like to introduce you to my art. Welcome to the Eric Kelly III Museum, located in Durham, North Carolina. Today we're going to be discussing my art, my journey, and where I'm going next. You know, the past,
the today and the future. When I think about the beginning of my work, I have to go all the way back to when I was about 4 years old. And my grandmother gave me a pen, and I was in church. And I took that pen and I began to draw. And as I was drawing, later on, my grandmother said that the picture that I drew then looked like the choir that was in the church. And so my affinity for utilizing the ink pen to do work still happens today. Now, many times when we begin to talk about art, the question always is, what is the intent? Why do you do art? What makes you an artist? And so, as we look at my early years, I was not thinking about what I was drawing. I was just in love with drawing. I remember in the 5th grade when a young man, one of my friends, came to my desk and saw me drawing, and he said he'd like to draw. And so I said to him, anyone can draw. Because in my mind as a young kid, my art was just a way of, I would say, expressing how I felt. And so each day I would give him triangles and squares and show him how to draw. And so in my mind, I wanted to be an art teacher. And being an art teacher, I thought I could give back to other young people, other folk, how I felt about art. And so as we moved through my timeline and moved past the 5th grade, I began to draw, I would say, comic book figures, a lot of figures, a lot of pictures of what I saw in comic books. And one of the things that I noticed about me at an early age, maybe it was because my grandmother was a civil rights leader, maybe it was because my great-grandfather wanted me to be a lawyer, and he took me each day from Scarborough Nursery School down to the courthouse to watch what was going on at the courthouse. And maybe it was me watching television and seeing the civil rights movement happening and seeing things that was going on. But I remember when I was about 12 that there was this thing called identity. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. And the music that I was hearing was just so different until I began to change the white images that I looked at to black images. I can remember the Incredible Hulk that I changed into the Incredible Bullock. You gotta understand, I was a kid, Tarzan. I did Tarzan wrestling with an alligator in the jungle with an afro. And so this whole thing of black identity was prevalent on my mind as a young artist. Many times people say artwork is political. And I continue to say that not only artwork is political, art is what is your identity, but more importantly, what is your intention. And so as I moved through those years, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, I began to look at the difference between how I felt and how I saw things. And one of the things that I noticed early on is that I could actually hear tones and hear music, and I would see colors in terms of what I was drawing. Many times I found myself talking to people and I would say, I can draw you if I think about you. And that was one of the games I used to play when I was a young kid. I would talk to somebody, I would listen to them, and then I would go home and I'd get my sketch pad and I would actually draw them. Many times when I was coming up, I used to tell people that if you talk about what you want, I could draw some lines, and then I can go and create that particular object. Intention, identity, and color was very prevalent in my work at an early age. I remember my first paper mache dog that I did. It was white. And my teacher kept the paper mache dog. And my great-grandfather used to say to me that don't give my artwork away. And so he said, only sell to collectors. And so at 7 years old, he started a museum for me called the Eric Kelly III Museum that would house my artwork in his house, along his halls, and house my writings. I'm also a poet. I do poetry, 3 portrait CDs that I've done in the past, along with some more interesting writings. My work, again, as I said before, is about identity and intention. When you think about colors, and we will see some of those pieces later on, but the colors and portraiture that I've moved into, very, very important. Initially, I was doing a lot of figuration, and that figuration was a lot of history pieces. Now, fortunate for many artists, they have what I would say, some guidance, some leadership. When I was growing up, once I got to the 12th grade, 3 of my teachers, Sandra Dowd, Miss Corbett, and Miss Cousins, pulled me into the teacher's lounge. And my art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me that I was cheating the world because I was not doing enough art. And she said each day that she give out a project, that I would come in the day of the project and do the best piece in the school. And I used to think about that because I wasn't really aware in terms of my art. I just was doing art. And so my English teacher said that, well, this year you're not going to graduate. And my history teacher says, that is correct, you're not going to graduate. And so you got to understand, back in those days, graduation, senior year was very important. And so what I did was I said to them, y'all can't do that. And they said, yes, we can, because we control your grades. And so I sat there and I listened to them as they began to tell me what they wanted me to do my senior year so that I could do more art. And many times when you have people that come into your life and say they want you to do something and you have your own mission and ideas of what you want to do, sometimes you just, don't do it. But in those days, I was the guy who was very popular in high school. So I thought to myself, this is only a challenge. And so each morning, I would draw for my English class, the Macbeth, the Odyssey. For my history class, which was a Black history class, I would draw about the transatlantic slave trade, great African Americans who went on before, like Crispus Attucks, Martin Luther King, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Malcolm X. And these are the kind of pictures that I was drawing. They were historical figures. And I found myself doing the work late at night and bringing those pieces to high school and give them to the teachers the day of. And I think those teachers thought that by me doing the work that I was doing, that I was giving the work to them. But as I said before, my great-grandfather said, don't give your work away. Always sell your work for what it's worth. And more importantly, sell to collectors. And so the Eric Kelly Museum has been a private museum only selling to collectors. And so when the end of the year came, I had drawn enough work to fill a whole hallway in the high school. And as I said before, I started out doing figuration and doing historical pieces. And I hadn't yet started thinking about what my intent was going to be. Why was I doing the work? I was doing the work because I was asked, not because there was this urge deep down inside saying, I'm going to draw all of this work. And so at the end of the year, I received the Links Best Artist in the State. And this is what has propelled me to become the artist I am today. I looked at the art award that I received, and I thought about where did I want to go to college. And so I had letters coming to me. I was in the news, I was on television and all these great things. I had these things to happen. And so I had letters coming to my house to go to different schools. And my great-grandfather used to say there are 5 things that you need to think about as you live. He said, number 1 is to think. Number 2 is to sell something. Number 3 is to do research. Number 4 is to be relentless. Number 5 is to have energy in everything that you do. And so I started on my quest for understanding that art was going to be what I wanted to do. And so I did research on the schools in Durham, North Carolina. And for those who don't know about Durham, North Carolina is a space where black people, 49% black people, were engaging in economics everywhere. You know, Durham was the tobacco capital of North Carolina at one time. And so when I was a young man and I lived in Federal Street Projects, I could walk down to Pettigrew Street, not to Parish Street, because Parish Street is considered Black Wall Street now, but before Parish Street, there was Pettigrew Street. And on Pettigrew Street was Service Printing, black man owned it, the Regal Theater, black man owned it, the barber shop, WAFR, and the taxi cabs. And I could see black people doing great things right there on Pettigrew Street. And Pettigrew Street was probably about 4 or 5 blocks from where I stayed. I remember going to the Regal Theater, seeing Hercules and all these movies as a young man. But the thing that really impressed me about Pettigrew Street was I saw black people doing black things. And so as I did my research to see where I was going to go to school, I discovered that North Carolina Central University was one of the top schools with black professors. And one of the things that I wanted to do, you know, as a young person is I wanted to go to a school where I could study in the class, and then I also could go to the library and pick their books up and read more about what they were talking about, so I would be immersed into the art. And so at that time, North Carolina Central University did not have an art scholarship program. And so remember what I said earlier about my great-grandfather. He said, think, and then sell, and do research. And so in doing my research and thinking, I said to myself, I want to take my portfolio down and ask them to come to that school for art. Now, many people don't know, and I didn't know at the time, that Ernie Barnes, who is one of the greatest artists who've ever come out of Durham, North Carolina, didn't know that Ernie Barnes had gone to North Carolina Central University. That was not, in my mind, something that I knew. I was an artist who was influenced by the people that I knew, not the books that I read, but the people that I actually knew. And so I took my portfolio down to Atlanta Henderson at North Carolina Central University. My portfolio was full of historical art, as I said before, because that's all I was doing. Many times you hear the idea that all art is political art. While I wasn't thinking my art was political, my art was always about identity as a black man, as a black person, as a black entity on the planet. And so I left my portfolio with Dr. Henderson, and a week passed, and they sent me a letter offering me an art scholarship at North Carolina Central University. This was probably one of the greatest days of my life. As my grandmother at the time said to me, she said, well, since you're going to school for free, I'm going to give you the family car. And you know, when you're thinking about your life and how things transpire to get you where you're going, these are the kinds of things that move you to believe in yourself. My grandmother used to say, you can do anything that you want to do. Just stand up for yourself and do it. And so, with that being said, my grandmother gave me the family car, and off to North Carolina Central University I was. And, you know, one of the first heartaches that I would say that I had at North Carolina Central University was the whole I'm on art scholarship. And why I say it was a heartache is because the other students that was in school in those days, they knew I was on art scholarship. I didn't know they knew I was on art scholarship. So when classes began and I was asking the other students about painting, because in high school I had done 3 paintings, hadn't done a lot of painting. As a matter of fact, I was self-taught for my painting. My art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me, and I'll never forget it, she said, you're an artist. I don't have to tell you what to do. Just take the paint and put it on the canvas and you will figure it out. And that was my first foray into painting. And I did pretty good. I created an abstract, I created a couple other paintings, and I was doing pastels at the time. And pastels was my first love after pencil and ink pen. And so what I did was I utilized my pastel skills as a way of painting. So when you actually see some of my painting, it looks like pastels, because that's how I mix, that's how I match my colors, that's how I draw, that's how I utilize my line work on my paintings, just like pastels. And we'll get an opportunity to see some of those things as we move forward. And so as I got to college, I won't ever forget, I was asking a young lady how to paint. And she said, you got an art scholarship, you ought to know how to paint. And this was a heartbreaker for me because I came from a background of people helping people to get to where they go. And so with that in mind, in terms of how I was raised, I was never raised to say to people, I can't help you, I'm not going to help you, you got something, so go do what you do. And so this was a daunting task for me because I was looking at seniors doing artwork, and I was expected at that moment to be able to do work just as well as the seniors were able to do the work, because in their minds, I had an art scholarship, and that art scholarship meant that I had some magical powers, some great art in me that they didn't have. And so I was very, very depressed on that day. I remember it like it was yesterday because what I did was, as they laughed at me, as they looked at me with those eyes of, I don't know why you got an art scholarship if you can't paint kind of feeling. I just walked out of the classroom, got into my car, and I drove home. And I sat in my house, in my grandmother's house. I sat there and I just thought, why am I going to college? Do I want to go back to college? Do I want to continue this thing called art? I wasn't sure. I just sat there and sat there and sat there. And then in the back of my mind, I could hear Sandra Dowd saying, you're an artist. All you got to do is put the paint on the board and work it out. I could hear Miss Corbett saying, when I brought her the pieces of artwork, oh, this is great. I'm going to be able to talk about Macbeth today, and we're going to utilize these pieces. I could hear in the back of my mind Miss Cousin saying, when you look at Eric Kelly, he looks dumb. But when he opens his mouth, he is brilliant. He holds class from one side of the classroom while we are doing class, and he can answer all the questions about history. And I could hear these things in my mind while I was sitting there thinking, do I even want to go back? I tell people all the time that peer pressure is a major pressure on many people if they can't handle it. Fortunately for me, my great-grandfather, my grandmother, and my moms always said to me, you can do whatever you want to do. Listen to what you want to do first and follow your dream. And so my art class was on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And my class that I went to was on a Monday. On Tuesday, I didn't go to art class. Wednesday, I didn't go to art class. So on Thursday, I decided that I'm going to go over there to North Carolina Central, and I was going to paint. Now, you got to understand, as a young kid, a young black man, when you're thinking about your identity, you're thinking about what you want to do, and people are pressing against you and doubting who you are and really identifying and seeing who you are. You gotta understand, you're not the guy that I am today. You are a young man who has fear, a young man who's uncertain, a young man who is asking the question, why am I here? And so on that Thursday, I went to the art department at 4:00 when I knew most of the students were not there. And I went to my board and I pulled out my paints and I started painting. And I just kept painting. And I just kept painting. And I continued to paint. I was working it out, trying to figure out what in the world was I doing. And I remember when I got to the art department and I thought about what I wanted to paint. And I painted a piece that if people saw it today, they probably would say that it's racist. If people saw it today, they would probably say, what was he thinking? What was his intent? But I had done a piece in history, in Black history class, of a slave being hung. And it showed a plantation owner grabbing the slave in his hair, getting ready to put the slave into a rope. The name of the picture was I Didn't Do It. And the picture was about a slave who witnessed something that happened and told other people on the plantation, and then the master decided to hang him for talking about it. And in this piece also has the Ku Klux Klan in the back, the fiery cross in the back, and all of that crazy stuff I was doing back in that day. And I began to paint that picture. And as I was painting that picture, I could see exactly how to paint. I don't know why or what, but I could actually see how to paint. And so I was there from 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I looked up, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. I took my sheet that we had in art class, and I laid it over the piece, and I jumped in my car, and I went home. And so my class was Friday morning at 11 o'clock, 11:35. And so I got to class late that day, and somebody had pulled my sheet off of my painting, and the whole entire class was standing around my piece. You know, when you are uncertain about who you are and what you're doing sometimes, and you're looking for validation, it kind of gets in the way of how you make art. And what I mean by that is, I was not looking for validation. I was looking for how to paint. And by looking for how to paint, I created something that nobody expected to come from me, because just 2 days prior, I was asking people in class how to paint. And so this has been a part of who I've always been, is the kind of person who looks at something from a perspective, and instead of asking a question, I delve into it and make a change and make a difference. And so as the kids were standing around my piece, I walked into class, and true to form, I am never been a person who is always trying to talk about what I do. As my great-grandfather used to say, great people are not people who are walking around talking about being great. They're doing great things. And so I walked in, and I walked past the students, and I started to pull out my paints in my box. And one of the students said to me, and this was a moment in my life when I really realized that I didn't need validation from people in me making my art. I just needed to continue making art. One person said, "That's not yours. What are you doing?" And I turned and I looked at the student, most of them seniors, and I said, "It is mine." I said to them, I worked on it from 4 o'clock until 4 o'clock yesterday morning. And then one of the students just said, "I just can't believe it." And I just turned and began to work on my work. This has been what's happened to me in art all my life. It's never been about me looking to be a great artist. It's always been about, what is the identity? What is the intent? Why do I draw? What about this practice that I have? What about this museum that I have that makes me continue to draw and paint? And so in college, it was very, very interesting after that time as I created my first piece. And then all of a sudden, the other students start asking me questions about how I did it. And that was more important to me than anything else. Not that I did it, but being asked how. And as I said before, I utilize my artwork or utilize my painting as painting as I was doing pastels. Pastels was my first love. And once I got to college, I had to begin to think about what my identity, what I was going to do in art. Was I going to be doing figuration? Was I going to be doing scenes? what was I really going to do? And I remember Carlisle, who was one of my teachers. And Mr. Carlisle, I remember Mr. Carlisle. And Mr. Carlisle was a teacher, an art teacher, who said to me, he liked the way I was doing large pieces. And that large pieces was something different from what the other students were doing. And so what I decided to do was to try to figure out what kind of artist I wanted to be. You know, I opened up talking about identity and intention. And I'm going to talk about power and color and emotions later. But what kind of artist was I going to be? And so Mr. Carlisle and Kennedy and some of the other teachers decided that they were going to take us art students to Washington, D.C. And taking us to Washington, D.C. to a art show by an art show curated called 200 Years of African American Art. And you have to understand that in those days, the information that we got was just so powerful. It was not information that we didn't look at the information, but we looked at the information and worked on analyzing why it existed. And so had an opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. There was over 85 pieces of artwork by different artists from all over the world. And that's when I first saw Aaron Douglas. I had known about Romeo Bearden. I had known about Ernie Barnes because Ernie Barnes came from Durham, North Carolina. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because of Good Times. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because he went to Hillside, that same high school that I went to. And many times when we were drawing as young kids, we would always get, you try and draw like Ernie Barnes. That's Ernie Barnes. That kind of like Ernie Barnes. And so my mind was like, I didn't want to be a copy or a duplicate of any other artist, but I wanted to know what these other artists were doing and who they were. And then I ran across a man by the name of Charles White. And this is where my entire existence was shook. Because I believe that art is the expression of how one feels. And we walked into this big room. And on this room was a mural. And this mural looked like I drew it. It looked like my work. Mr. Carlisle said it. Mr. Kennedy said it. And I was looking at it and I was like, how can this be? How can this man's work be like my work? And who in the world is Charles White? And so this was a journey to kind of discover who he was, why he drew the way that he drew, what was the political part of the kind of art that he was doing. And more importantly, in those days, some artists was doing something that they call today super realism. And that's what Charles was doing. Charles was drawing these pieces with asymmetrical lines, and the line work was just so awesome. And so after discovering Charles White, I began to study Charles White. And of course, I was always studying Ernie Barnes. And so I had to figure out what I was going to put in the art canon. Was I going to continue to draw these kinds of pieces like the Charles Whites? Was I going to continue to draw the pieces like Ernie Barnes? And so I talk about intention and identity and what my work really represents. And what I say to many people, that my work represents world peace. That's what my work represents. The colors that I use, the line work that I use. I'll share with you a little bit later some of the pieces and some of the line work that I do. But my work is about bringing people together, having them to see each other without seeing black or seeing white, without seeing color. I decided that I would do portraits, instead of doing themed pictures. Now, I still do theme and scene work also, but I decided that I would do portraiture, that I would do portraits, and that I would take colors and use them as emotional tones. Many times I sit down and then I hear music and I see colors. I hear people having conversations, I see colors. And so I decided that doing portraits of people and how they feel and how they look would be an impact on how people feel. And so I can remember going to New York City during the summers and just sitting on the stoop in Harlem and just watch people go by and just try to see what they were thinking. They was arguing, how the intensity of that argument was, and the facial expressions. And I was always amazed by how people reacted. And each time that I would see people responding or moving, I would always see a different color that I could see in my paintings. And so I started drawing pieces in colors. And so my work has morphed from just doing the figuration into just doing portraiture, even though my next series of paintings are going to be dedicated to black women. That's going to be an awesome set of work that I'm going to work on. I can't wait. And so when you look at my work and you look at my portraits, you'll notice that I'm working to capture an emotion. When I do a piece in green and white, I'm looking at capturing an emotion. When I do a piece in a red, white, and blue, or as the Nipsey Hussle piece that I did, or as I would say, the rap piece that I did, which is a piece that shows the California colors, the American colors, and the African colors. And so I'm utilizing all these colors to make you, the viewer, see an emotion and get a feeling from that particular piece. My intent is to push you away from looking at a scene, but looking at how somebody is being seen. And that's what my portraiture work is all about. For the last 20 years, I've worked on work that transcends time. Pieces on my grandmother, my mother, in what I call lines, colors, and emotions. And when you sit back and you think about that first day in college when I didn't know how to paint, and you think about now where I'm painting every day, you can understand what identity for me has always been about. We hear about black female artists. We hear about white women artists. We hear about white men artists, the Michelangelos, the Monets, and all of these guys, the Picassos. But what we don't hear is about many black men artists and what is their intent and identity in the black art canon. I don't want to be revered as a black artist. And one of the reasons that I moved into doing the kind of work that I'm doing is because I want to be revered as an American artist. I don't want to be revered as a black man artist, even though I'm a black man. I want to be revered as an artist. that painted people, portraits in different colors to get emotions from the viewer. I want my pieces to be large enough that it impacts you as you're looking at it, as opposed to you're just looking at a piece. You know, the colors are symbols and emotions that I get when I'm listening to music, when I'm painting. And so I want my audience to begin to look at my pieces as if it's an emotion, not just a painting, an emotion. And when you talk about all art being political, my work is about, again, how do we develop world peace through art? And I believe the way that we get to world peace through art is by stop looking at art as being black or being white and looking at art as an entity of making, or as some people say, as creating a piece where you get emotions, where you get feelings, where you get an idea of what my intent is when I was actually creating or making the art. That is kind of where I am today in terms of my work. When you think about my great-grandfather, so many years ago when I was 7 years old, walking into my bedroom saying that he wanted me to be a lawyer. And he asked me what did I want to be, and I said I wanted to be an artist. And at that moment, he made a decision to create for me the Eric Kelly III Museum after we went to look at museums to see what they were about. You have to understand that the future of what I would like to see happen is museums for artists who have been marginalized, for people who we don't talk about. Why is there not an Ernie Barnes Museum in Durham, North Carolina? Why is there not a Romer Bearden Museum in his hometown? Why is there not a museum for black artists so that our young people can see how they went through the process of how they do work? And so with my museum, it's been kind of a blueprint for these kinds of things. The Eric Kelly Museum houses the collective writings, the collective works of my work for over 65 years. And one of the things that I would like to see happen is many, many more museums for great artists. When you sit back and you talk about Basquiat, for example, great artist, a New York artist, where's his museum? Where's a place or a space for us to go and see his work? I talked about Ernie Barnes, or Charles White, for instance. Where can we go and learn about Charles White? Another gentleman, and I could go on and talk about the Kennedy Wiley, who's doing awesome work, Lisa Butler, who's doing awesome work, Mark Bradford, who's doing awesome work. We can go around the country and around the world and see the Van Gogh Museum. We can see the Richard Steele's work, Clifford Steele, work. We can see all of these white artists around the world. Museums. Where are the black museums for our young people to see the greatness of these artists who have gone on before us? You know, I also do photography work, and Gordon Parks was a great photographer. But think about it for a moment. Other than seeing the exhibit of Gordon Parks photography, where can you go and study him, the man? One of the reasons that I'm doing this video is because when you look at or talk about artists, many times we have people to narrate what was that artist thinking about, okay, and what was he feeling about what he was doing. And you don't get the conversation from the artist. The artists don't talk about the line work. The artists don't talk about the color. The artists don't talk about how he got to where he is. There's always somebody else talking about how he got there. Van Gogh, for instance, they talk about him cutting off his ear and sending it to somebody. They talk about the Starry Night piece. From their perspective, they don't talk about, or we don't hear Van Gogh say, well, the reason I did Starry Night because I was depressed and I just thought tonight this was a piece. I was studying to do these kinds of things, and this is how the Starry Night happened. We don't get that story. So you really don't know the intent. And so I want to do a conversation about the intent of my work. My portraits, my lines and my colors are put together in a way to pull from you an emotion of how you feel about people on the planet. My pieces are human landscapes. I want you to look at my work and see the lines as the age of the people who I'm painting. When I talk about sitting in North Carolina on my stoop, or sitting in New York City, or going to Chicago, going to New Orleans, going to California, and going to all these different places and watching people, I want you to understand that I'm watching people to see how they move, how they react, how they respond, what makes them them. And so when you see my work, you may see a piece and say, that looks like this person, or that looks like that person, or that looks like this woman or this man. Well, what I do is I watch people and then I create the feeling that I got from those people. So while my pieces may look like certain folk, in my mind, they are sending out a message of emotion, feelings, and ideas and presence. And that's my intent. My intent is not to just paint pictures and you like them. My intent is to pull something from you deep down. My pieces are spiritual. The lines sometimes remind you of African mask. The lines remind you of lights and darks. The lines remind you of energy, of hope and presence. That's why I do the work that I do. Now, I could easily do figurative work. I could easily do scenes. But I had to ask myself one question. How do I do something that's going to be different, that's going to stand the test of time and say Eric Kelly III was here? And this was his work. This was his style. This is what he was thinking as he did artwork. And so as you look at my work, my earlier pieces, as I said before, were historical pieces, historical places in time. And then you look at my work now, you'll notice that I've morphed into doing work that brings about that whole emotional feeling from you to the work. And that's where we are today.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. Do you from the moment I wake businesses until the time I support Black business? Yes, I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training. Masterclasses led by African industry execs and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kinston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. I am your moderator, and my name is Cordelia Gaffar. I'm your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we will be doing a fireside chat with Michael Morgan. He obtained his BS from Penn State University and his MBA from Carnegie Mellon University. Coupled with his educational background, he has over 15 years of work experience across companies such as Amazon, Walmart, JP Morgan Chase, and Chevron. His ability to build and maintain his network throughout his educational and career journey has been fruitful in his success. He has a passion for teaching and inspiring others to achieve their goals, which led him to write his first book, The Power of Networking, and beginning his journey as a motivational speaker. The Power of Networking has won the Literary Titan Book Award, Global Book Award, International Impact Award, Pencraft Book Award, and Firebird Book Award. And I am bringing to the stage.
Talking about business, we were able.
Michael Morgan. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. You know, I am so curious. You have quite a lot of accolades surrounding your most recent book, but let's begin with just tell me a bit about your career journey. Where did it all begin?
So I've had an interesting career journey. So I actually went to undergrad at Penn State University. I majored in business management, minored in legal environment and business. When I graduated from Penn State, I moved to Delaware to work for JP Morgan Chase. So I had the opportunity to work in investment banking, private banking, corporate technology, and risk. So I started my career in financial services. I decided to go back to school to get my MBA at Carnegie Mellon University. Once I obtained my MBA, I transitioned to oil and gas. I worked for Chevron in Houston, Texas, working in procurement and supply chain roles. And then I pivoted from oil and gas into tech. So I started to work for Amazon in Seattle, Washington, in vendor management and program management roles. And then I eventually moved to the Bay Area and worked with Walmart in program management. So I've worked in retail, in tech, in oil and gas, financial services. So a pretty vast amount of experiences. But it all started with JP Morgan in Delaware.
Okay, so curious about that jump from oil and gas to tech. Like, are those industries very similar? I'm wondering.
So there's some similarities, especially so the role that I had within oil and gas, I was managing relationships with suppliers. So from a procurement supply chain standpoint, I made sure that we had the proper materials and services so we can drill on our rigs and drill ships in the Gulf of Mexico. When I transitioned to Amazon, I started off as a vendor manager where I was managing vendors such as Procter & Gamble, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, and I was identifying selection, negotiating costs, determining where to put products across all of our different fulfillment centers across the US. So a lot of it was managing relationships, but because I was able to manage relationships with suppliers, I was able to transition that into a role with Amazon where I was managing vendors.
Yeah, I definitely see the connection there, and I asked you that question because that our network is raising money for scholarships for students going to college, and they may think, oh my God, like, what if I want to change industries? Like, is it that much of a jump? So just you sharing that, gives people hope and lets them know that. So I am curious though, since you've left corporate, why did you pursue starting your own company and writing a book?
Yeah, I would say it's twofold. First and foremost, I naturally like helping people. I know I wouldn't be where I am in my career if I didn't have mentors, if I didn't have my support system, my network, my family, people that are giving me guidance, support. So part of me, I want to pay it forward, and I want to give others the same help, knowledge, toolage that was shared with me. I'm trying to help others take that step forward. And then the second piece, as I said, I've had a pretty robust career across multiple industries over the last 15 years. And I've been contacted all the time, asking me questions on how I was able to navigate, how I was able to transition industries, how I was able to get my foot in the door at companies, what interview tips do I have, what made me decide to go back to graduate school. And after a certain point in time, I felt as though I must have a vast amount of knowledge that people are looking for. Which is why I decided to eventually put pen to paper and start to write down the book. And now I'm going to companies and universities, organizations, conferences, and I'm speaking about these topics that I have experience in to help other people.
So can we get a sneak peek into that book a little bit? Can you share what advice would you provide an entrepreneur seeking to start their own business?
Yeah, I'd say first and foremost, the title of my book is The Power of Networking. I don't think people fully understand how valuable it is to build connections, to maintain connections. You never know when a connection may be beneficial for you. A lot of times I've seen throughout my career, even my experience at Penn State as an example. At Penn State, I went to school with 40,000 students. There are times where I'll reach out to some of my classmates I was in school with and ask them how many people they keep in touch with. They may say 5 or 10. For a school that we went with 40,000 students. And we were all seeking to move forward in our careers and do great things. And we're not in the world alone. Like, we should leverage each other. Such a big alumni base at Penn State. And I think a lot of people just lose sight of how important it is to have those connections. And not only have those connections, maintain those connections. So I take the steps on my own to make sure I'm reaching out to people on different cadences. There's some people in my network I reach out to weekly, some people I reach out to monthly, some quarterly. But at least I make sure I have them in my network and I continue to keep in touch. So it's not years that pass. And now if their event comes where I may want to ask them something or I may need something, it's kind of falling off. The relationship is broken at that point, and I can't utilize people within my own network to help me when it comes to starting my own business or excelling within a company or whatever way have you. So these are things that people don't think about a lot. And another big piece that I love to focus on, networking is a two-way street. It's give to get. I think a lot of people have this misconception where networking is, hey, I need a job. Hey, I need help interviewing. Hey, I need this. And they just reach out to people when they need something, when they want something, and that's going to burn bridges. So when I make a connection, I'm always trying to understand what can I do for them. I'm emphasizing the give. And it could be something simple. I could recommend a book. I could recommend an article. I can refer them for a job. I can prep them for an interview. I could look at their resume. But I don't come in initially just asking for things. I'm trying to give them something. And if in the future there may be a circumstance where I may need something myself, I feel comfortable enough to ask it because I know I've already provided something to that person. So it's very important to make sure that it's a two-way street.
I like that you're reminding of us of the reciprocity, right? Not that you're receiving first, but you're giving first, right? I don't know if you're familiar with the book Go Giver. That's kind of what I'm hearing you say. Basically, that's the philosophy, is that you, if you want to receive in business and build relationships that last, you look for opportunities to give. That's the concept behind the Go Giver. And I also like what you said about, we invest a lot of time and money to carefully select the universities that we go to. Why is that? Because they have notoriety. So why do we leave and just think of it as a pile of debt and not keep in touch with our professors, department heads, other, students, colleagues? So what you're saying really is like we have, if we look around, we may have a very strong networking base that we're not utilizing or that we forgot about. There still are like alumni communities. So like if you, disconnect it from your class of 2000, you can always go back and maybe when you get the announcement, reestablish that connection. What other places, what are some other places where people can look to create relationships?
Oh, absolutely. So there's a lot of different places. One, I love to go to conferences. I'm always trying to learn, meet new people, and get advice from industry experts. So I've probably been to 15 plus conferences in my career. Some of them are more focused on people's backgrounds. So I've been to like Afrotech, National Black MBA Conference, Black is Tech. Those are all focused on finding other people, professionals within the tech community that are Black. But there's also Alpha, which is Association of Black Professionals of America. I've been to that conference. There's Grace Hopper, which is focused on women in tech. There's Lesbians Who Tech, which is focused on the LGBTQIA plus community. There's conferences focused on your industry of expertise. So I just went to a cybersecurity conference like 2 months ago. There's Cyber Diversity is a conference that's focused on diversity in the cybersecurity space.
Oh, okay.
So there's so many different conferences that you can go to where not only can you learn and stay up to date on what's going on in the industry and things that are relevant, but you continue to meet new people that either have the same function as you or in the same industry as you, and you can learn from one another. So I love to go into different conferences, networking events. I'm a part of National Black MBA Association. So I just went to a networking event a few weeks ago where I'm able to meet other individuals in the city that I live. So the big part of it is you have to put yourself out there. And I talk to people all the time. I understand there are some people that are more introverted. There's some people that are more extroverted. But even as an introvert, you have to get more comfortable, be comfortable with the uncomfortable. this will only help you excel in your career, in your personal life. And the more you do it, the more you'll get better at it. You'll realize there's nothing to really be afraid of. I think some people have this negative connotation where they'll show up at a networking event or a conference, no one will talk to them. They'll sit awkwardly in the corner and they'll be upset that they wasted their time. And once they actually put themselves out there, they actually have fun. They meet some great connections and they realize it's not as bad as I thought it was. Sometimes they overthink and think of the worst case scenario. But it makes a huge difference.
And I'm just going to speak for the introverts here. As it turns out, when you go to conferences with the intention to learn, right, you're going to meet people exactly like you. So there's nothing to fear. There's only much to look forward to. You're going to gain knowledge and connections all for the same price, you know? So that's the great news. So thank you for saying that, though, because conferences are really a great way. And also in a learning environment, you experience people differently, right? Because it's almost like an easy way to vet who to do business with. You know, oh, I met this person at this workshop, or this person was a speaker, you know, at this conference. And you already see the alignment, you get to resonate with them. Maybe if you're in the same workshop and they ask all the questions like that, you're the person that asked all the questions I wanted to ask, you know? So of all the places to network, I love to go to conferences as an introvert. So I'm just going to tell all the introverts, don't worry about it, just go. And so this is great that you're, you know, inviting people to do that, but give us some ways that you've benefited from networking personally.
Oh, yes, absolutely. So from a career standpoint, most of the jobs I was able to get my foot in the door has been through my network. So as an example, joining JP Morgan Chase, I'm a part of a fraternity. I'm a part of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. And I put together an event on campus at Penn State when I was a student there. And it was an event obviously hosted by the fraternity. There was a member of the fraternity who worked at JP Morgan and heard about the event that I put together. And he reached out to me and he asked to see my resume, asked if I had interest in the company. And just based off the fact that we're in the same fraternity, we had never met at this point. But he tailored my resume. He told me about a program within the company to apply for. He helped me interview prep. And once I actually was able to get into the company, I had a network of brothers from my fraternity that were all a part of the company, that were based in Delaware, in Ohio, in New York, in Florida, that I could reach out to for mentorship, for advice, to not only make sure, first they helped me get my foot in the door of the company, but then once I was there, they were there to ensure that I was being successful while I was there. And it's the same thing with Chevron. One of my classmates at Carnegie Mellon used to work at Chevron before I went to grad school. And when he found out I was interviewing for Chevron, he told me things that you would only know if you worked there, things that you can't find on a website. So during my interview, when I brought these things up, the interviewers were shocked and were asking me, how do you know all this stuff? And I laughed it off. And I said, I did my research, but I leveraged my network. And the list goes on and on. The same thing with Amazon. I had some of my classmates from Carnegie Mellon worked at Amazon, and they helped refer me and they helped me interview prep. So a lot of times where I was able to get my foot in the door at these companies, you have to understand a lot of times when you're interviewing or are applying for a job, there's probably hundreds of candidates that are also applying for those jobs. And a lot of recruiters only look at your resume for 30 seconds to a minute. So if you know someone internally at that company that can refer you, that can prep you for the interview, it will really help give you a leg up over other candidates. So it's been very helpful for me to have a network that's been willing to help me. And like I said, I've helped them in return. Because networking is a two-way street. I don't want to make it sound as though my network has just helped me get my foot in the door, but I haven't returned the favor. But that's how I've been able to excel, get my foot in the door of companies, be able to advance in companies. Once you're in a company, if you're not networking vertically, and senior leadership doesn't know who you are, what you do, what you bring to the table, you're not going to get promoted. A lot of people have this mindset where as long as I do my job, I'm going to move up the company. But you also have to sell yourself. It's about your brand. And a lot of times at the end of the year, there may be 10, 15 senior leaders in a room ranking all the employees in the organization or determining who's getting promoted and who's not getting promoted. And your manager may not even be in the room. So if you don't network properly and make sure those senior leaders know who you are, that's going to hurt your ability to move up in a company. And it's the same thing with personal life. I mean, I just started up my own company, and now I'm an author, and now I'm a public speaker. And a lot of times I can reach out to my network and they can tell me about opportunities. Like, oh, you should connect with my school and talk to those students. You should connect with my company and go talk to them. Even one of the things I talk about is just building wealth. There are opportunities that I just would not know about if I didn't have a robust network, where people are sharing opportunities for me to buy real estate that I can have as investment properties, or opportunities for me to invest in a startup. There's not always a website where I can just Google and find out a startup to invest in. But if you have the right people in your network, they can let you know about different opportunities. So it's helpful for your professional career. It's helpful for your personal life. It's just good to have a support system to know that you're not alone. Like, we're all going through this together. We're all striving to achieve different things. But sometimes it's good to have a good support system that you can reach out to when you need to, and you have questions, you need that support. It can really go a long way.
Yeah, and I'm hearing multiple things, for one thing, you can circumvent even probably AI these days in the interviewing process when you know somebody, we had a conversation about that earlier. There were some tech gurus telling us about ways to be creative with AI. And so I am bringing that back into the conversation. Like, to what degree do you suppose you can circumvent AI just by knowing someone, that may be in control of pressing buttons?
Yeah. So to me, it makes a huge difference. So a lot of people always want to leverage AI because a lot of times, like I said, companies will only look at your resume for 30 seconds to a minute. They may use AI to try to find keywords to vet who are they moving forward, who they're not moving forward. They may not have time to look through 200, 300 resumes to make that decision. But you have to understand, if someone internally refers me, generally, most of the time when you get a referral, that should at least get your foot in the door for an initial phone screen or an interview. So it's almost as though your referral will skip over the AI process and get that foot in the door. So I agree. I think technology is great, and you need to, the way that we're moving forward in the world, you need to understand it and know how to use it. But in my opinion, nothing replaces those relationships that you build with people. And them getting to know you, them being able to vouch for you and your abilities and what you can bring to the table, that's really going to differentiate you.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And what was the other thing I heard you say? Even once you get the job, like we don't stop with that. And I would say even like as entrepreneurs, right? Because on this platform, we're mostly talking to entrepreneurs, but once you get the business, to get repeat business, right? You have to continue to network. And I mean, you've grown your business over years. Has it been mostly well, not only repeat business, but referral business?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Oh, and that's the great thing with relationship building. So I'll go and I'll present to an organization, a school, a company, and I'll meet someone at that presentation that loved my presentation, and they'll connect me with someone else like, oh, I would love to hear you again. I think this person would be a great contact. I think this person would be a great contact. So I try to make sure that I'm building relationships with everyone that I'm presenting to, because those can turn into leads. So I'll follow up with people. I just presented to Texas State University a week ago. I just presented to Carnegie Mellon University 2 weeks ago. I just presented to National Black MBA Association. And I'll connect with people on LinkedIn or other platforms after, and I'm reaching out to them and just following up. Hey, is there anything else I can do for you? I know you said you found my presentation helpful. Were you able to get the job you were looking for? Were you able to excel at this conference? And a lot of times people are grateful. And not only are they grateful, but they found me to be a good speaker. They thought it was valuable. They're like, oh, I believe you can provide value to this organization as well. You provided the value to this school as well. And that's how you're growing your business. So to your point, even as an entrepreneur, even if you're not working in corporate and you're trying to network to move forward in the company or get your foot in the door, you have to network as an entrepreneur to build your business. And if you have someone that you're providing a product service to and they have a good experience, that word of mouth, that can really help you explode and get to the next level. And then you want to have that repeat business. You want them to keep coming back, because you're not only providing a good product service, but you're continuously touching base with them and building relationships with them, getting to know them. And that's really going to differentiate you.
And I also heard that you were, yes, the personal touch, but the personal touch is like you're taking the notes of the last conversation you had, right? So for example, you said like you spoke, I speak also, right? So like sometimes when you speak places, you have these private conversations when you get off the stage, and you actually remember those things, and you remember the faces and the people. And, that is another thing I would say that people miss. That is a form of networking, right? Even when you are speaking, that is a form of networking. So I'm wondering, are there any particular things that you do to keep your mindset in the game?
To get my mindset in the game, I really care about mental health. I think it's important. So, I try to meditate every day just to make sure my mind is healthy and I'm able to fully focus on the deliverables that I need to do, and I'm able to provide value to others that I expect, to the standards that I intend to provide. So I think it's important. I think it's important. Your physical health, your mental health, all of it's important. So I make sure to work out every morning. I get up people think I'm crazy, but I get up at 6 a.m. I work out first thing. I feel like I'm in a better state to provide value to people when my mind is in the right place, my body's in the right place. So these are all critical things that can really get me to the next level, have mindset ready. So yeah, those are, and then one thing that I think a lot of people lack is gratefulness. I think sometimes you don't appreciate the things that you have and you're already striving for the next thing. So I also try to do some journaling. I'll write down at the end of the week, what are the things that I'm most grateful for, that I had this opportunity, that I was able to speak with this person. I was able to spend time with this person. I was able to talk to someone on the phone, just little things. But that way, I feel like that's putting me in a better mental state as well, where I'm not always just striving for what's next, but I'm appreciating the moment I'm in.
Gratitude is so important. And I feel like above and beyond, not knocking meditation and exercise, I do all those things too, but gratitude really is one of the things that elevates your alignment with others, right? People can almost feel the value of gratitude in your work ethic and the way you connect with people. Obviously, we see you here and you're sharing your story and you're talking about the ways that your gratitude is showing up as you connect with people wherever you go, and it affects your way of being. So I think this is a very important part of self-care, especially as an entrepreneur. And so I'm glad you brought that into the conversation. Our words really create our world. So that's why I really asked you the mindset question. A lot of people, there's so much opportunity to speak all kinds of ways to yourself. I'm just going to say, so why not use words of gratitude and, elevation. I'm wondering, like, how do you navigate challenges, though? Like, what
Yeah,
advice would you give on that?
challenges is difficult. I'd say the big thing, I mean, this goes back to your network. Chances are you're not alone. Someone else has dealt with this before, has dealt with this challenge. I mean, it's amazing the number of authors and speakers that I've met since I've entered this field. And we all want to help each other. And chances are, if I'm facing a challenge, someone else has probably faced the same challenge and can provide their thoughts, their insight. So I love just reaching out to my network. I mean, I'll do research on my own and I'll try to figure things out. I know time is precious and everyone's busy. So I don't want the first thing to do is just, hey, let me reach out to this person, let me reach out to that person. I try to do my own due diligence. But if I'm facing a difficult time and I can't figure something out, that's when I can really lean on my network. And if I don't know someone who's personally been through it, 6 degrees of separation, I probably know somebody else who knows somebody that I can connect with. And they can really help me navigate the situation and determine the best path forward to resolve it.
Yeah, it's always better. Like I think you said this earlier, right? We're not an island, right? And so reaching back out to your network and remembering, oh, wait, I met this author, that recently had a launch. Maybe I can look to that person, or because recognizing that you're not an island and there's always someone there willing to help. Those are forms of investment, the time that you spent and pour into other people. It's go-giver, right? But you get to receive too. So, yeah, exactly. So I guess also along those lines, how do you balance your work life and personal life?
Yeah, I make sure and this goes back to mental health. I think it's important to make time for myself, for the things that I enjoy, to making sure to spend the time with the people that I want to spend time with. I mean, family is very important to me. So I try to, at a certain point in time at the end of the day, I try to cut myself off and make sure, like, hey, I'm not doing any more work today. I want to spend the rest of my evening with my fiance, with my friends, with my family, and have those memories, have those moments. I could easily work, and I have done it. I could easily work 20 hours a day and take a quick nap and wake up and do the same thing over the next day. But that can easily lead to burnout. So I love doing the things that I enjoy, and I love my business. I love speaking with people and talking about my book. But it brings me joy to be able to spend the time with my family and my friends. So I make sure I put everything in the calendar at a certain point in time. And I've talked to people, hey, after this time, I just want to spend quality time. I don't even like looking at my phone after a certain time, because I feel like it can be rude if I'm with my family and my friends and we're spending time together, but I'm constantly pulling up my phone and I'm looking down and I'm texting and I'm calling people. I'm not really focused on them. And to me, that's important. You can't get back time. So I try to draw distinct lines of when I'm working until, and I try to spend the rest of the day just kind of decompressing and making memories.
So I'm wondering, tell me more about this calendar. Is it color coded? Like, really, as a strategy, so you're actually saying you have a line item on your calendar that says quality time?
Yeah. So like I block out my calendar for everything. I put in time for when I'm going to the gym. I put in time of when I'm meditating. I put in time for work, and I'll have certain work meetings that I have set up. I mean, after work, I'll set up time where I just network with my friends and family. So it's not work, but I plan on calling this person or or having a video chat with this person and just trying to catch up and see how people are doing and how they've been. And at a certain point in time, I just want time for myself, or I'm enjoying my evening with my fiance or by myself or whatever have you. But I need some time just for myself. Like I said, I can physically keep working all day and all night. But I've seen so many people get burnt out from doing that. You have to make sure that you're making the time for the things that you enjoy.
So you're not a promoter of hustle culture.
I'm all about hustling, but life is about balance. So yeah. I work very hard, but I make sure to enjoy the things that I enjoy too.
So I made a joke, but really I just wanted to make a distinction, right? Because you are taking the time to have time for quality time, self-care, meditation. And so I would say that your form of hustle is more of working the time that you've set aside to work and actually work that time, right?
Exactly.
Which is distinct from what hustle culture is, which is working all of the time, right? And never breaking for any other reason, or actually, and most importantly, for human connection. So, yeah, I like to bring this to light because we do kill ourselves unnecessarily. And so I'm sure everyone that's listened to our conversation is wondering, where can they go get your book? How can they connect with you if, maybe they want you to speak? How do they get the book and everything?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So my book is available on all platforms. The paperback is on Amazon. If you want the audiobook, it's on Spotify, it's on Audible. If you want the ebook, it's on Barnes & Nobles, it's on Walmart, it's on Kobo, it's on Kindle. So any platform that you're looking for, the book will be available. I have my own website. It's michaelvmorgan.com. So V is in Victor, michaelvmorgan.com. If you go on there, if you want me for speaking engagements, or if you just want to reach out, if there's any way that I can potentially help you, like I said, I like helping people. So please go on my website. There's a contact me section of the website where you can reach out to me directly. So I hope that people reach out to me after hearing this. Like I said, I want to give back. I want to help people. And any way that I can help people get to their goals, it will make me happy.
And what is a final, golden nugget you could share with us about the power of networking?
Yeah, I'd say the final thing that I want to share, networking is great for your career, but it's also good for your personal happiness. That we're not alone in this. And it's good to have that support structure. It's good to have people that you can reach out to, people that you can confide in, people that can give you advice. So yes, it can help you grow in your career, whether you're in corporate, whether you're an entrepreneur, but it's good to have that support system. I mean, even the fact I told you, I'm originally from New York. I've lived in 6 states at this point. I lived in New York, Delaware, Texas, California, Pennsylvania, Washington. And a lot of people reached out to me and said, I don't understand how you're able to navigate and move so many different places. And they've tried to move one time and it didn't work, and they moved right back to where they grew up. And if I didn't have this robust network, it would be very difficult to move different places. Most of the time when I move, I've moved to cities and states I've never been to, but somehow I know somebody there because of my network. Either someone I went to Penn State with or Carnegie Mellon with, or someone I worked at a different company, or someone that I know somebody lives in that city and they're connecting me. But there's been so many ways that having built out my network has been helpful in my life in ways that I wouldn't even have imagined. So people need to take that into consideration. Yes, it's good for your career. But it's good for you personally as well.
Thank you for that. Yeah. Sometimes in business, we forget it's not all about the transactions. It's about the humans, and that's what I've most enjoyed about our conversation today and about your expertise. And thank you so much for being here on the Black Business Network and sharing your story with us. And, we invite our viewers to go to Michael V as in Victor, Morgan.com. You can connect with him there to book him for speaking engagements. And you said you had a bookstore also on your website. Is that correct?
Yes, you can go directly on my website and it will take you to different platforms where you can purchase the book.
Yes, perfect. So thank you so much for being here on the Black Business Network. Please come back. I know you have a plethora of knowledge and you can speak on any topic. So genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below, and that's the $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for September 2024. NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, RTV, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Forces Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were three groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those three groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jamila Burrell. I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We will be having Jeremy Newkirk. Jeremy Newkirk is a dynamic social entrepreneur and tech architect known for his signature question, "How may I help you?" He manages billion-dollar tech and business projects, influencing politicians, educators, entertainers, Fortune 500 leaders, and governments worldwide. As the founder of Be Official Management Group, parent to Cover 360, 22nd NextGenIT.com, MTB Construction, and GoVirtualGreen.org, Jeremy is dedicated to solving real-world problems. I present to you Jeremy Newkirk.
Hello, how you doing?
Hello, how are you today?
I'm doing well.
I got my pen and paper ready. I am ready to hear a lot of nuggets on today. So my first question for you is, what got you started in the business?
Oh man, I've always been entrepreneur from my family. Growing up in rural North Carolina, in a town called Newkirk Chapel, which is my last name. Pretty much everybody was entrepreneurial. So I've always had an entrepreneurial spirit since I was a kid. My grandparents owning farms and just uncles and aunts owning businesses and stuff like that. So I've always been very entrepreneurial, and it's in my DNA.
I like that. It's in your DNA.
Yep.
I read that you are managing $1 billion tech and business projects. How do you balance scale with innovation in fast-moving sectors like these?
Reading, lots of reading, lots of networking, and just in the know, right? Just out. You got to be outside of the box, and to be outside of the box is to be outside of the house. The house is the box, and you don't have to be outside of the physical house. You could be outside of the house virtually. Just networking with people, staying up to date on different platforms, reading about different things, and just being able to what I like to do is talk to young people, because they're not so suppressed as us adults. They're moving faster than innovation. They're the ones that's causing innovation to happen, right? And so if you really want to get on the forefront of innovation, get with some young folks that's doing some stuff. So that's how I've always been able to come up with some bright ideas, is by talking to the youth.
That's amazing that you can listen to someone younger than you. Most people say, oh, they don't know what they're talking about. But young people are very innovative, and they have so many ideas outside of us, things that I wouldn't think about. My child is like, Mom, you should do it like this. And I'm like, that do make sense.
Well, I learned a very long time ago that, like I said, from my family, who, are entrepreneur. They've always listened, to their, to the children, ideas, and encourage them to have ideas. And then being in the military, when I was young, I was, in boot camp at 17 years old. And one of my companies, I was the recruit chief petty officer, which is, the head in charge when the commanders, officers are gone for the day. And I was 17, managing a group of 100 men. So I learned quite early that, age ain't got nothing to do with skills, talent, and experience. If you got the skills, if you have the talent, and you have the experience and the knowledge, it's best to listen. If you're running out of a burning house and you can't see, and a child is leading you out of the house, are you going to tell the child you don't know where you're going?
Yeah. That's a good mm-hmm.
So that, age is nothing but a number. It has nothing to do with, who knows what, right? So, and we see that all the time, especially now in the new generation. They're becoming millionaires way faster than we ever thought about being millionaires.
That's so true. Now, you said you were what age? 17, and you were managing over 100?
Yes, I was in the United States Navy at 17 years old in boot camp. I became a recruit chief petty officer, and we had a company of about 100 folks. So yes, at 17, I was running a company of 100 men in boot camp.
Wow, that's a great leader right there. Which brings me to this question. What's your leadership philosophy when working with diverse stakeholders across industries like politics, education, and entertainment?
Collaboration, communication. To me, communication is the key to life, not just business, but to be able to communicate. And God gave us 2 ears instead of one mouth, to be able to listen and observe. I believe in the scientific method where you observe and then you form hypothesis off what you observe, you test it out and see if it'll work, and you record it and you move on. So I just believe in observing things and listening very well and paying attention to what matters and being smart, specific, measurable, accountable, relevant, and timely about it. Yep.
Listening, that is a good skill. I think that's one of the most important skills when you're communicating is listening.
Absolutely.
I'm learning more now so that it is a part of communication. I used to just think communication is just talking to someone, but if I don't listen to what they're saying, or they're not listening to me, we're not communicating.
Absolutely. Well, if you take any communication class, you'll know that listening is, top notch, and talking is actually, if you look at the communication pie, it's your body language, your tone, and then your words, right? And words make up the least percentage.
Mm-hmm.
Body language makes up one of the top percentages, right? The top percentage. So you don't talk with your body per se, you do, but you pay attention more closely to read somebody's body language. You know what I mean? So it's all really about listening and then knowing how to respond, right, to what's being said. I think a lot of people talk themselves out of life and talk themselves out of deals and talk themselves out of a lot of things by just talking a little too much and not paying attention and listening.
That is so true. Now, how do you decide which problems are worth building a business around?
Does it impact the community? Period. That's it. If it, my resume is already is what it is. I'm focusing on legacy, and like I've been saying, here lately, resumes are personal, legacies are communal. So I'm into building communities, and so I focus more on legacy building projects more than just resume transactional projects.
Mm-hmm. I like that, building legacy. I think a lot of times we just go into things thinking money, 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 and not thinking about the legacy, or will this project be more than just this $100,000 or this $10 or whatever, and we don't think about the people or the community that we're going to reach. So I like that you look at legacy, that's your focus when dealing with projects.
Well, the definition of technology is to improve human life. So you're not improving human life if you're not thinking community. So, as a true technologist, computer scientist, I'm always thinking about how does what I'm building or what I'm involved affecting, the people, because the people are your biggest asset. Not the money, right? You get the money from the people. So you got to pay attention to the people, not the money. Yeah.
Now, with a portfolio that includes Cover 360, MTV Construction, and GoVirtualGreen.org, how do you structure and prioritize across brands?
They all are the same to me. It's, it's like you got the PlayStation or an Xbox, right? It's one gaming system, but I can play multiple games when I get bored with one. All right. So if I want to play Madden or if I want to play NBA, it's all, fun to me. So it's all just entertainment. Everything I do is I entertain myself with it to be able to wake up and be creative have ideas and then assemble people around those ideas that have vested interest in the idea that also can get a mutual benefit from the idea. And then assemble that and create products and services around those different thought processes and watch people actually work and be happy about the work they do. And then watch the community grow from the work that we do. And then watch people empower their lives from the money that they get from the work that they do. So, it's a big, thing to me when it comes down to just making sure that everything we do is benefiting not just myself, right? But to benefit the community. I've always believed if you make the community wealthy, you'll always be wealthy.
Wow. Say that one more time. You always believed what?
You make the community wealthy, you will always be wealthy.
Wow.
So the community around you, the people that are around you that makes up your community, if you empower them and make them wealthy, not just cash, but wealthy, like knowledge, health, the whole, everything that comes with being a wealthy individual. If you make your community wealthy, then you yourself will be wealthy. It's inevitable.
Wow. I don't think I ever thought about it like that. So when you said it, it just a light went on. Like the more you plant seeds, the more they're going to grow. That's the way I look at it.
That's exactly right. I mean, that's it. It's like having an orchard. If you plant one seed, you know what I mean? You think about it. You plant one seed, you water one tree, and then what it does, it grow fruit. You could take the seed out of those fruit, plant more seeds in the orchard, and before you know it, you got a whole orchard of you just got a whole orchard of just greatness. Beautiful trees with beautiful fruit that's feeding a community of people, and everybody's happy and prospering. So it's all about planting seeds, and it starts with, again, I just believe it all starts with the youth. I just believe in that. So always going to be empowering the youth wherever I go, and thinking about the youth and how to empower them and make them successful.
Yes, I love that. I love that. What systems or technologies have been essential in managing multiple ventures under BO Official Management Group?
IoT, Internet of Things. So it's an array of systems, right? It's being able to understand, the business or the idea that the entrepreneur have, and what they're trying to accomplish, how they're trying to service the users or community that they're trying to empower. And then it's so many different third-party applications or custom technology that could be built around those different ideas. But it all starts with an idea, and then building a strategy around that idea, and then using technology to assist and advance the thought process around what it is that you're trying to accomplish for the end user. So that's how I normally go about it, looking at what technology is going to enhance the idea and make it more, vital to the, user. Because at the end of the day, it's all about the end user and their ability to gravitate and adopt and then use, the technology to, again, advance their life. And that's what makes people come back over and over again, when the technology is actually, in their minds, a utility, something that they actually really need to use on a daily basis, like social media, or like you're paying your cell phone bill online, right? So thinking about those different things from those different perspectives and understanding what you're trying to build is, my go-to first. Just gotta, again, listen and understand clearly what the objectives are from the creator, and then being able to take technology and build around that.
That is so true. To listen to the idea, then when someone feels like it's useful, they'll continue to use it.
Right, correct.
How do you ensure each company remains aligned with your broader mission of real world problem solving?
From the time I select it, before I even get involved, I'm going to make sure it aligns and that there's synergy. And it's going to always normally go back to empowering our young people in our community. And that's what keeps it all aligned. If it has no legacy thought process of building community or empowering individuals, economically, financially, health, or, you know, something to make their lives just a little bit better, to take off stress from everyday, you know, say hustle and bustling, if you will, then, you know, if it doesn't do that, then it's probably not going to align to my overall moral mission. And I'll say that again, moral mission, you know. So it's not just a mission, it's a moral mission that I have. So it has to align with my moral mission. And me being, you know, a creator and an innovator, and understanding that the power that I have to do those things, I get to choose, you know. And that's, you know, that's a great God-given talent, the ability to be able to choose what you want to work on or don't want to work on based on having a certain skill set that's in demand.
Yes, yes. I like that you said moral, your moral.
Yeah.
You know, focusing on building the youth and the community. So I love that. I read, and of course, talking to you, I'm finding out more that you are a strong advocate for youth STEM education.
Absolutely.
What gaps do you see in current workforce pipelines, and how are you addressing them? So it's very important to focus on your community and the young people in your community. They are the next generation, or they are the now generation. So they're going to take what they got from us, and then they're going to replicate it. But usually they have another idea or a quicker way of doing things, so that they can get straight to the point or straight to what their need. So we all need to make sure that we are inputting into the youth. We need to make sure we're inputting into our community, that we are planting good seeds, not just any type of seeds, but seeds that make them want to help another, seeds that make them want to be an entrepreneur, want to be great. So we got to make sure we're putting those seeds into them. We have to make sure that we're inputting education into them. Hi, Mr. German, you back?
I don't know what happened. It just.
Oh, did you hear my last question?
I did not hear your last question.
Okay. You are a strong advocate for youth STEM education. So what gaps do you see in current workforce pipelines, and how are you addressing them?
Oh man, AI. I mean, everybody knows it. Everybody sees it. You got to get in where you fit in.
True.
You know, and I say that jokingly, but seriously, AI is taking over, and you know, there's a strong already gap in technology as it relates to, you know, the underserviced community, right? But then you throw AI on top of that, and then you throw the fear of AI. A lot of people are afraid of what it is, just like when the internet first came out. But then people adopted to it. But by that time, you know, billionaires and millionaires was already, you know, born and made, right? And so we have to get on top of it, and we have to understand how to use it. It's not here to harm us. It's here to, you know, help us. It's nothing without us, no matter what, you know, people say. It can't do anything that we don't prompt it to do. And it's just going off behaviors that has been studied, you know, over time. You know, if I can ask one person their thought and get an answer, versus if I could ask many data points across a billion different thoughts, which would you go for? I mean, you're going to go with the one person that you're in front of, or you're going to go against, go with the billion data points from experts all around the world that has been compiled into one, answer prompting you in 30 seconds. By the time I ask you an answer, I can ask AI, and before you can speak, it can tell me. So I'm going to go with the person that can speak before I ask you, that's going to reference, experts around the world versus one, individual person. And so that's how you have to look at AI. It's about being able to get rapid information quickly about different, things that you are not aware of. And then now just to get it's more than just getting the answer, it's getting the how to as well. And that's what I've learned from AI. It's like how to, even with your own, and I'm gonna just give a small nugget of how it's going. It's, imagine before you say something to somebody, you can ask AI, hey, does this sound like something that I'm gonna get the proper response back? And it say, no, maybe you should curve it this way. And it gives you a whole different way to approach the situation, which gives you what? A better opportunity.
True.
So, think about that, and you can do that all day, every day, and get better responses and better opportunity just by curving your communication from, asking AI, hey, look, it's, how does this sound? Is it gonna, come across like this? Is it gonna, how should I, respond to this? How should I, do this? And it's gonna give you exact answers, almost like 90-some%. And I'll just say 90-some, just because, for the human error of not saying the right thing to it. Yeah. I won't even put it on AI. I put it on us, not prompting it right. So being able to do that, and you could do that from your phone, right from the palm of your hand, in real time. I'm gonna give you another example. I just was in a meeting, and somebody asked me like, oh, how much would you charge for this and that and the third? And so, while they was talking, I typed it in Copilot ChatGPT, and they said, hey, this is the range of what you should be asking based on this, that, and the third. So by the time they finished asking me, I already had a response, because while they was talking, I was typing, listening very closely, typing exactly what they were saying, but getting a response too at the same time of how to come back at them, right? To open up that opportunity even further. And so that's power. That's a lot of power, And so we have to think about it from those terms, and, be able to use it from that, standpoint of view. It ain't just about getting on there, trying to, anyway, I'm gonna leave it alone.
Now, I just heard you say AI is power, and I use AI every day. Why do you think people fear it so much? Like, what do you think? What is the big fear behind, like, I can't touch it, I don't know how? What is that fear? Or have you heard of anyone telling you why they
ignorance? I mean, just pure ignorance. I mean, and I say that with all due respect, but people fear what they don't know. You know what I mean? It's just bottom line. It's human nature, right? You walk in the dark, you automatically scared. Wow, you can't see. So you're more cautious, you're skeptical. Where am I going? I don't know. You know what I mean? So if people don't have the knowledge of something, that's why racism is racism.
Yeah, true.
I mean, if you want to talk about, ignorance in its purest form, right? You know what I mean? Yeah. So ignorance is why people are afraid. You know what I mean? They don't know, and they're scared. And then, ignorance, with fear makes a horrible situation. You know what I mean? But it stems really from ignorance, and people are ignorant, and then they're afraid to come out of their ignorance, right?
Yeah.
Some people be stuck in it so long that it's like the roaches when the lights come on. You know what I mean?
Scattering everywhere.
Just run for cover. They don't know what to do. But you have to just approach it with an open mind. Like I said when I first got on the call, how do you stay ahead of innovation? Is getting outside of your own box. You know what I mean? and exploring the world through either studying, which is, the fastest way to get out of your own box is to open up a book.
Yes.
So that's what I believe. You know what I mean? It'll take you. My favorite TV show as a child was Reading Rainbow.
Yes, mine too.
You think about it, what was the theme song? You could go anywhere, be anything, do anything, see anything, just open up a book. It helps you advance your imagination, it empowers you, the information gives you curiosity, you know what I mean, to want to discover more. And that's just how it is.
Mm-hmm. So when you're in the dark, you should get light, right?
Always.
So
unless you like being in the dark.
Exactly. So in this instance, light is technology. It's AI.
Light is light is information.
Yes.
And AI helps you. If just think about it like this: light is information, right?
Yeah.
And so how bright do you want your light to be? Do you want a dim light, and so you have a little bit of information, right? Or do you want 1 trillion watts? AI can give you 1 trillion watts.
Yeah.
Fast, so inefficiently. So that's what you want. You want as much light as possible, and AI can bring that light to you. Open up your mind so you can see.
That is so true. So that leads me into this question. How do you see technology reshaping workforce development in the next 5 to 10 years, particularly with underserved communities?
Entrepreneurship, period. There ain't no other way.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to say no other way. Because that's the only way. Entrepreneurship, that's it, period. It's nice. Entrepreneurship, and a lot of people don't know it's the difference between entrepreneurship and business. It's entrepreneurship, not just business. You know what I mean? So being an entrepreneur is different. Like, you can go in business and just copy somebody else's idea.
Yeah.
To me, that's not entrepreneurship.
Mm-hmm.
Entrepreneurship is innovation, disrupting, and creativity all in one, person. And they going as hard as they can to bring that idea and disruption and innovative thought process to light. So they learn and do whatever it takes to bring it into existence, into reality.
Yeah.
That's an entrepreneur.
Being innovative, being creative, business all in one person, not copying.
Creative, innovative, and disruptive. Don't leave that word.
Disruptive. Yes, I like that word. Disruptive.
Absolutely.
That's good. I'm gonna have to. Can I use that?
I think it's being recorded.
Look, I'm gonna play it back and say, listen, you heard what he said: creative, disruptive, and innovative.
Right. Entrepreneurship.
Yes. Now, what does a successful public-private partnership look like when you're building tech-based social impact programs?
Working with community leaders that know the community well. I think that's where a lot of leaders go wrong, is they think they are the leaders, and I don't believe that a leader is a leader. If you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, but you're gonna have to break it down for the viewers.
I believe a leader is a servant.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So you're serving, and to serve is to hear. Again, it always come back to hearing and listening and paying attention and, being able to be of service. You can't have a good business if you don't have a good customer service department. You know what I'm saying?
True.
You don't have a good restaurant unless you have good waitresses and service people, So, and you don't have a business if your service, no matter what product you have, is trash.
True.
You know what I mean? So service, period. That's it.
Service. That is so true. Now, what is your advice for other entrepreneurs looking to build a portfolio of missions-aligned businesses that still scale commercially?
Say that one more time.
What's your advice for other entrepreneurs looking to build a portfolio of mission-aligned businesses that still scale commercially?
Mission aligned business that still scale commercially. It's a great question. I'm gonna go with the way you do that again is grassroots, down with the people.
Yeah.
Understanding what the people need. The only way you can really scale anything is to create demand, right? Business 101, supply demand, right? So, to create demand and scale based on demand, well, you can't create demand if you don't know what the people are demanding. So, engineering always taught me the root cause of things, right? So you got to know the root cause of why things are going to happen. Or, if you understand the root cause, then you can stop things from happening, right? Or if you know the root cause, you can put in preventive measures for things, not happening at all. So at the end of the day, it's still going down in the community, down with the people, understanding what the needs are, and being able to create innovation, again, technology, which does what? Improve human life. So to be able to be down with the people, understanding what the demands are from the people, and then taking, those ideas and feedback that you get and building upon them with different products and services that will meet the demand of the people. And as you continue to get that feedback, it'll cause you to put that, free information almost. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Of course, you got to go down with the people and serve the people, which costs, right?
Yeah.
But the feedback is priceless because, you could take that information and feedback again and put it into products and services that meet the demand and needs of the people, which causes you to scale. And if you're down in the community, I take the fact that you're thinking community first, people first, that's the mission.
Community first. So you got to go in the community to find out what the need is.
How else?
Wow. A lot of people.
Where you gonna get the money? Where's the money? Okay, if the end result you want is money, where's the money coming from?
The people,
exactly.
The community.
That's the only way you're gonna get some money.
True. That is so true. You often ask, how may I help you? How has that question shaped your approach to entrepreneurship and leadership?
Exactly what I just said. If you ask somebody how I can help you, they're going to give you information. And information is power.
Information is power.
As soon as I ask you, how can I help you? I'm doing what? Finding out what your demand is. So there's no marketplace without a demand. So the only way to find out what somebody is demanding is ask them, how can I help you? Simple.
Look, I had to let that marinate. The only way you can find out is by asking someone, how can I help you? And then you can find the answer, which creates a demand. What is their demand? Wow, that's amazing. Now, how do you assess whether a client, investor, or partnership opportunity aligns with your mission-driven model?
Actions speak louder than words, and everybody's lying till the truth is discovered.
Uh-oh. Say that one more time. Actions speak louder than words.
Everybody's lying till the truth is discovered. So
wow.
And you discover the truth by people's actions, not by what they say. So I'm constantly looking at, not just what you're doing, or not just what you did yesterday, but in the famous words of one of our great singers, what have you done lately? You know what I mean? So, what are you doing right now? You know what I mean? My number one question is, what did you do yesterday? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Today hasn't, fully developed, but what did you do in the last 24 hours? What was your business doing? Who was you servicing? You know, what impact was you making just in the last 24 hours in your community with your idea that's so amazing?
Wow. What did you do in the last 24 hours? Not what you just started, but what was you doing yesterday and the day before that?
Well, 24 hours is a day.
Yes. True.
What you do in the last day that God gave you, you know what I mean? So
that's true. That's true. Now, what should Fortune 500s or institutional partners know before entering a partnership with a social enterprise like yours?
People first. You know, it's people first. You know, it's always going to be people first. Before the money, before fortune, fame, you know, it's people first. It's like, you know, how do you want to be remembered on this earth?
Yeah.
And who did you impact outside of yourself? You know, we can all have big houses and Bentleys and all that type of good stuff. That's great. But, you know, what did you do for your brother or your sister that you see every day? You know what I mean? To help them, again, build a happier, healthier community that you can leave behind for everybody to enjoy long after your death. You know, that's power. Yeah. And so I'm at the power more than money, if you know what I mean.
Yes, people. So where did you get that philosophy from? Like, where did it come from? Did you just learn it the other day? Or was it something that was put into you when you were younger? Where did you get that idea from?
Well, people first?
People first.
Oh, I mean, growing up, my grandmother was an evangelist. My father's a pastor. But above and beyond that, I see from my own personal experience, you know, if somebody helped me by giving me some information, not money, right?
Mm-hmm.
I had an aunt that just passed away, and she gave me a lot of information. And that information changed the whole trajectory of my life, right?
Yeah.
So imagine if I helped 100 Jeremy Newkirks as, you know, young people and watch them grow into these big fruit trees. You know what I mean? That now you got 100 fruit trees versus one, all right? So you're talking about scaling and billions of dollars or power to do things, right? I can extend my own power by empowering somebody else.
Yeah.
So if I'm empowered and then I teach you and empower you, then I'm twice empowered. So I think exponentially, you know, exponential growth. So if you want to grow exponentially, it's always going to start with, you know, planting seeds in other people and empowering other people and training other people and teaching skills to other people and just giving away, you know, the power for the sake of empowering the whole community at large, because a more wealthier, healthier, safer community is best for the whole world, not just for Jeremy Newkirk. And if I got a destructive world, then I got a destructive life. If I got an empowered world, then I got an empowered life. It's simple logic.
That is so amazing. And you're so true with that. Like, I've always said that people first, you know, I'm thinking about others before myself. But the more you say it, it's like, I enjoy planting seeds into others. I enjoy,
but I want to correct you on one thing.
Okay.
I think about myself first. That's why I think about the people.
Yeah.
You said people first before I think about myself. I actually think about myself before I think about the people. And the reason why I say that, I'm going to give you an example, right? If I think about the people, it's going to automatically empower myself. So I think about how I want to live, and based on how I want to live, that's how I'm going to treat people. Because if I empower those people, then they're going to automatically create a world and environment that I want to live in. So I got to first think about the end result, which is me being happy. So if I'm happy, you can't pour from an empty cup. So if I'm full and I'm happy, then it's automatically going to spill over to people. So I got to think about how I'm going to empower people to make sure that ultimately I'm happy as well in this community, because it's social, right? And we all affect each other. So you have to think about people in order to even first empower yourself. So I'm thinking about myself like, okay, I want to live an amazing, healthy, blessed, life. How do I accomplish that? Well, I got to empower my community for that to happen. There's no other way.
That's true. That's so true. Thank you for correcting me. Yes.
Correcting, but just my 2 cents.
Thank you for your 2 cents. I need it. I'm gonna put it in my wallet.
I think that's what I think if people take that approach, it'll cut a lot of this, narcissist, selfish, behavior. You know what I mean? From others, because, if you throw trash all over the community, then you just living in a trashy community,
True.
But if I pick up trash around the community and I teach other people to pick up trash around the community and I teach people how to pick up trash around the community and the benefit of, picking up trash around the community, guess what? I got myself happy because I thought about how to make myself happy by first thinking about how to empower people to show them how to empower themselves, which automatically reverse back to me getting what I want from the start. And I think people need to take the approach of like, I know what I'm interested in getting, but what are you interested in getting? Because if I learn what you're interested in getting, I'm going to automatically get what I'm interested in.
That is so true. Look, I got your 2 cents in my wallet. I'm telling you, it's in there. Now, what's next for Be Official Management Group, and how can others collaborate with your mission?
Yes, continue to grow. Content. Producing more content. We just spun up another, we took MTB Construction and made an MTB Consultant. So, moving back into the federal contracting space, and continue to produce our television show, Six Figure Makeover, with our partners, for us, by us, and continue to build our platform, Cover 360, continue to integrate AI to spit out amazing blueprints that people can jump right into and begin to, build successful, careers or business or whatever they choose to do. So just to continue to grow and empower the community using, my skills, talent, and ability to innovate.
Amazing. I want to just thank you so much for your wisdom. Like I said, I got notes. I got 2 pages full of notes. I got all your change, all your dollars. I got it in my wallet. But can you tell everyone how to get in touch with you if they need any help, assistance, or they want to know more about you? Where can they contact you? How can they contact you?
Beofficial.com, beofficial.com, beofficial.com. You can go there and it has all my contact, the projects that I'm working on, the joint ventures, everything, right, on beofficial.com.
Beofficial.com. I hope they know how to spell official.
Hey, if they can't spell official, they ain't not official.
That is so true. Once again, thank you so much for coming. I just want to remind you that genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App. That's $BBXUSA. That's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors, NC-100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporation, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy to their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.